It's my great pleasure to introduce George Green.
Before we get started, I would like you all to kind of put yourself in a meditative state. Just kind of sit and relax for a second. I want you to close your eyes. I want you to visualize and demand that all dark energies leave our space. That's enough. We're pretty powerful. What I'm going to do tonight, as you know, my name's George Green. I was born in Denver, Colorado, for people who do not know. My father was in the meatpacking business. I was raised in a packing house. As a kid, I did everything that you could do to animals because that's what our family did. As I grew up, I learned a healthy respect for life at a point, and I couldn't do it anymore. But as I'm going through this game, and we're talking about, I'm going to give you tonight, is a new awareness, what I'm going to hope you're aware. And I used kind of an old game thing that I'm going to show you tonight. I'm going to see how aware the audience is for 1 second. Everybody familiar with this? What is it?
FedEx.
How many in here can raise your hand now and see the arrow in the FedEx? There's only a few of you. It's between the E and the X. Can you see it? And now you see it? Okay, I'm going to put it right down here. Put my arm around it. See, there's an arrow. Right there. Now can you see it? Now a minute ago it was there, wasn't it? But you didn't see it. Tonight I want to try to explain things to you, like what happened when we started out the presentation. Basically, I said to demand that all dark energy leave our space. Guys, we are living in a multi-dimensional position, and the war is on right now. War is not only on for the physical dimension, but also for the non-physical dimension. And I'm going to share a little bit of my background because as I was working in the packing house with my dad, I reached a point where I was working in the finance end of it. My dad, let me give you a little bit of background on the meat industry. As the packing house goes out and purchases animals from the farmer, the Packers and Stockyards Act means when we buy the cow, for instance, we have to pay for it in 24 hours. My dad, however, was one of these philanthropic type of people, was trying to help everybody. So we had what we call the government school lunch program. You're all familiar with that, the hamburger? Well, what we would do would be process these animals, and we would sell the processed meat to the schools, to the government. Now, my dad had to pay for the cows in 24 hours. When do you think the government had to pay us?
90 days.
Roughly 90 days.
Yeah.
Well, we were dealing in millions of dollars, and the problem involved with this was to getting adequate financing, because once we shipped the product to the government, it was gone, and we needed it. During that period of time, I became our family friends when everything were senators and congressmen and bankers, and so I used to go to all the bankers and borrow the money from them based on accounts receivable. So you people that are involved with banking understand it was a pretty simple process. Except for there was this one other thing that went on, and that was that the bankers could only loan a certain amount based on what they had in their asset base. So as it turned out in Denver, on 17th Street, almost every bank I had borrowed the legal limit. In fact, one day I was in Metro Bank and I asked Dick Singwald, I says, I'm out of money, right? I have to start going out of the city if I'm going to borrow money. And I says, let me go talk to your boss if I can. And he says, he won't talk to you. And I said, well, set it up. His boss was Marvin Davis.
Oh,
So who you know, maybe some of you know who bought the Beverly Hills Hotel, bought the theater. It's recently died. Anyway, I went over and asked to borrow some money from him, and he said no, he wouldn't do it. And that was my first acquaintance with what I call real specialized, if you call control of people out here in the system. You're either one of them or you're not. And we were not. At any rate, one of my other bank friends says, I'll tell you what, we'll loan you all the money if you can help us. We need some deposits. And you have a lot of friends with money. He says, why don't you get some of your friends to put money into our bank, and if you do that, then we'll loan you more money. And I said, well, explain this process to me. And he says, okay, this is what we'll do. And I said, I'll tell you, well, let's do a better deal. Everybody in here is aware of how banks put in full-page ads for advertising for CDs. You put in $10,000, we're going to pay you, 4 or 5% interest. What I did was made an agreement to the bank that if they would pay me 3% of all the money that I raised for them, we would contract, I would put in $1 million or $2 million or $5 million. It didn't make any difference to me. Now, what I would do was go out and contact you and say, hey, you've got money sitting in the bank and it's drawing 5%. How about making more money? What I would do is write out a check to you in advance for 2%. Understand the game? So you got 5% from the bank, federal FDIC insured. I'm not going to say it's federal government because FDIC is a private corporation. But it was insured. And the next thing has happened, the word came around that I could put all kinds of money into banks. So all of a sudden throughout the whole United States, I had literally millions of dollars coming into my office, and I was selling it to banks all over the place. I then got a letter, I got contacted from the state of Colorado, said that the guys upstairs decided that I needed to be licensed to sell what I was doing. So I said, well, what kind of license is there to sell money? And what is money? Anybody here know what money is? They don't. They really do not know what money is. There are definitions of money in there. I have the New World Order's bank book. They don't give you a specific answer for that. At any rate, what happened is we decided, me and the securities department decided that money was the security. So I said, well, give me the worst exam that you possibly can. I love exams. My background, I told you a little bit, was in engineering and law. Well, you didn't know about the law part. But anyway, I went ahead and took the exam, and I became a registered financial principal. I then applied to the NASD and set up my own firm, and then I hired 3 attorneys to keep track of all the money was coming in. So then I had, the Federal Reserve made a mistake one day, gave me an extra $1 million. Woke up in the morning, 2 guys in black suits come walking in and said, George, we got a problem. And I said, what problem? They said, well, we gave you $1 million too much. Well, I didn't even know about it, And I said, I don't care. And I said, well, what do you want? He said, well, you need to sign this thing. So I did, and I gave them back their $1 million. The next day they came in and they gave me a little plastic lucite cube. It's about 3 by 4 inches, and it's full of 16th century Siamese porcelain coins. That's my remembering of the day I gave them back $1 million. Everything is running great for a while, but the feds found out that I had a lot of power. And let me give you an illustration. I found from the bank, if I put in $5 million into the bank, they could loan out 20 times that million, or $100 million. If I only paid 5% interest, and that's all they did on the $1 million, and they paid out $50,000, right? That's all they did. But if they loaned out this $1 million out there, or $100 million that they, or $20 million that they had at 5%, their return was $1 million. So they could make $1 million in just profit on the $1 million that they ended up having that we put into the banks. Well, what happened is, in the next scenario, this went on for a period, except for at the end of 1 year, that's when your certificate came up for renewal. Don't you go down, you call your bank and get your money and all that kind of good stuff? Who did you call to roll over your certificate? You called me. And what happened is I called the bank president, and if he wouldn't pay me the 3% again, I would move that money out of the bank. Now the bank had already loaned based on their deposits to other people. Now I had nothing to do with the bank other than putting deposits in, but I became so powerful I could break a bank. What occurred then was the feds decided that they wanted me basically to do some other things, and they sent a letter to every bank in the United States not to do business with me. I'm a little creative, so the savings and loans were wide open. So I moved to the S&L business until I found out what a scam that was going and how the inside group, you all remember how the savings and loan all went bankrupt? Well, at that time I was a real estate developer. I was doing all kinds of stuff. I built shopping centers, office buildings, motels, and restaurants in
Guys like you, or why they went bankrupt?
22 states. I didn't do it.
They didn't do it.
No, I tell you what, but it's close. You know, but I went down to Silverado Savings in Denver. Y'all remember that? Jeb Rush was involved. I asked for a $100 million loan. This was a project I was on. And they said, yeah, they give me the loan. And then 2 days later, I come back down, and Jeb happened to be in town, and they said, we decided to give you the loan, but we're going to increase the fees to 5%. I said, what are you talking about? You know, 5 points. You guys all borrow money from banks. You usually charge a point or 2 points. I was willing to pay a point at that time. Anyway, they wanted $5 million up front. I said, wait a minute, I don't need to do that. So as I backed out of Silverado, went across the street and got it from Capital Federal. But it didn't make any difference to me. Then I flew up to Aspen. The guys decided that they wanted me on the inner group. I got up to Aspen, Colorado. I brought my 2 daughters with me. And you all have seen the video of what happened there. I came up to Aspen, goes into this room, and I'm sitting in here looking around like you guys. There wasn't that many there, but the world leaders were there. And I said, what am I doing here? And they said, well, we've decided we want you to be the finance chairman for the next president of the United States. I said, why me? They said, well, we owe you a favor. The favor was, prior to doing that, I was volunteering to act as president of companies. And what I would do is go get rid of the expendable containers, that's you, and we would split the spoils as I divided the companies. But I never charged for anything. This was just a huge monopoly game to me. And we reached a mental attitude if you weren't smart enough to get up to where we were to deserve what you're going to get. That was all of their attitudes. It was just you are just nothing. Today, in the old days, you were considered expendable containers. Dr. Coleman refers to you as useless eaters. Today, you're nothing more than what we call a human resource or a commodity. If you go look at it, we've got to make the names right. Anyways, I'm in the room, I'm saying, who's going to be the next president? And they said, Jimmy Carter. And I said, Jimmy who? And they said, well, he's the Democratic governor of Georgia. And I said, well, I've been voting Republican. And a little guy about 6'6" walks over to me by the name of Paul Volcker, and he says, son, don't worry about it, we control them both. And I knew that, but here I am getting it in spades, right? And I said, well, I got to think about this. My ego, 2 weeks ago I was in Beverly Hills at the Beverly Hills Hotel sitting around the pool with Bill Levitt. You guys all familiar with Bill Levitt? Levittown, Pennsylvania, Levittown, New York. Anyway, Bill and I were discussing building cities. You never want to put your name on it. He told me all the things that went bad when he put his name on it. So I'm talking about doing the same kind of stuff. Anyway, my ego was on the line, and I just said, well, I have to think about this game. I said, what about my project? And they said, well, put it on ice. Basically warehouse it, because it was 2 years before he became president. And I said, well, tell me a little bit more about this job. And they said, well, you sit down with Ted. So I sit in with Ted Kennedy. He's right next to me. Ted and I were talking, and he said, George, you're going to love this job. You're really good with money. We want to send you around to all the state Democratic functions and raise money for the National Democratic Party. And he said, by the way, you're going to meet some real foxy ladies. And I said, oh, really? And he says, yeah. And just then, it's a coincidence, my daughter walks in. Ted looks at it and he goes, wow, I want to go to bed with that. And I says, no, Ted, you don't. That's my daughter, and she's 14 years old. You know what he said? I don't care. I didn't know what to say. That was the first thing I knew how they thought. But, this was in spades. I already set out the game. I got up and I walked across the room, and I'm talking to Pierre Trudeau, him and his wife. And Pierre at that time was the Prime Minister of Canada. So as I'm talking to them and I'm looking out, the rest of the people in the room, I'm kind of concerned about the obnoxious of Ted, number one. And the other thing, the enormity of the job that they were going to give me, because they always pay off You always get paid sometime later. It's one of these ego trips. Anyway, I'm looking down where Pierre was, and there was a little cigar box full of white powder. That upset me a little bit, and I grabbed the housekeeper and I said, "What's going on in here?" And we went in the back room, and there was a chemistry set. Now look, I went to School of Mines. I played chemistry all up and down, right? I've never seen a set like this. I said, "What is this?" She said, "Freebasing equipment." At that point, I figured out to myself, this was on a Friday, I said, "Look, if the world leaders have to resort to this, I don't know if I want to be part of this group anymore." Just to give you an idea how bad I was, I'm not bad, but I had a lot of money or discretionary things. I was partners with the guys that owned Studio 54 in New York. Did that help you? The Fleischmans. We had a couple yachts we owned at St. Thomas together. And, you know, I had all the adult toys, 5 airplanes, couple yachts, traveled around the world, did whatever I wanted to do. Anyway, I said to the guys, "I'll let you know on Monday." Monday, I decided that I didn't want to have any part of them anymore. I mean, a lot of things happened that transpired, things up in Aspen that happened. I found how people can just be bought and paid for, which reverted back to when my first connection with how corrupt the government was. During World War II, my dad provided the meat for the war effort. At the end of the World War, they owed him $466,000. Now that's in the 40s, guys. That's a lot of money. They didn't pay him. Our friend of the family, Senator Peter Dominic, took my dad and they went to Washington and they had a meeting with a guy by the name of Harry Truman. Remember him? Anyway, because Dominic said, "Yeah, we'll get you your money." Anyway, my dad come back and he didn't get his money, and I'll tell you how his ethics was. When he was in there, they said they would get him his money, but he had to put $80,000 into a special account. And my dad just told him, he says, "I didn't know I could buy the president that cheap." He didn't get the money. I will let you know that our government is that way today. We have the best government money can buy. And politics is 2 words. Poly means many, ticks are bloodsuckers. Just remember this. And everything I've lived in my experience, so you're going to know what's happening. On Monday when I said no, to me, I'm starting my construction. I was, building a hotel down in Phoenix and one in Grand Island, Nebraska, and I built all the village inn pancake houses throughout the United States, if you're familiar with them. I owned them. I leased them back to the company. That's another game. What happened at that minute, or that week, changed my whole life. On Friday, my lead bank was Bill Clark's the senior vice president at the central bank in Denver. He called me on the phone. He said, "George, what did you do?" I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "We've been doing business a long time, but the guys upstairs don't like you anymore." I said, "What does that mean?" He says, "Get down to my office." So I come down there and he says, "I hate to tell you, but you're no longer considered, quote, creditworthy." And he says, "I'm calling your loans." I said, "Okay." I said, "How much time do I have to pay?" And he says, "Well, we've been doing business a long time, 30 days. Every bank I was doing business with the next 30 days, I'd all call my loans everywhere. I mean, I was personally non-gratis. I was no longer in the inner group. And I was doing all this good stuff, right? Anyway, setting up to the next step after that, I'm saying, well, how am I know what these guys are doing. Now, at that time, I had a house in Beverly Hills. And the first thing I was going to do, I said, I'm going to expose these guys. So I flew back and I talked to my good friend, one of the major television producers, 17 years with CBS. I mean, he ran the department. And I said, we're going to make a movie to expose what's going on in Washington. Sounded like a good idea to me, anyway. He says, wake up, kid, who controls the motion picture industry? And I said, okay, we got to have another way. I'm always thinking of other ways, understand? So he says, well, I've got another deal. He says, I'm trying to start a new thing. This is the beginning of the video business. You guys all remember how it came out with the VHS and the HF tape? Well, my buddy Alan says, I'll tell you what I need to do. He says, I've got all the credentials. Let's make a 2-hour video magazine. Sounds like good to me. And we're going to put it at the checkout stand in every store in the United States. And in that 2-hour news deal, if you're going to look at it, will be little snippets to bring out the truth. I thought that was a good deal. Now, the problem is we need a video manufacturer that could take it and go along with this project. So I called a couple of my friends, and I ended up with a company called, small company up here called Kodak. Kodak and we had all the agreements and everything set up. They checked us all out. Everything was cool, right? They didn't know what the content was going to be. I was leaving that in the hands of my buddy Alan. At any rate, that went along real well because, as you remember, the picture business for Kodak has gone down the tubes because of the tapes, and Kodak decided to go in the VHS tape business for a while. And so what we thought, we could sell the magazine for $2 at the checkout stand, which was the price of blank tape. Now that makes a bit more sense, doesn't it? And what the distribution then was everywhere that Kodak was sold. And where would we make the money? On the advertising on the inside. So we had everything. It was a win-win thing for everybody. And I was all happy about it. Well, it all came down to, I was grabbing a plane to fly up here to New York, or up, to Rochester. And the day before, Kodak had a special meeting, and the guys upstairs decided to, and I'm talking about the other ones, got to them, and they shut down the whole project, and Kodak went out of the videotape business. So you can give you an idea how much control they have. I also, because of the Ted Kennedy thing, I decided I was going to do that. I received a document called, well, it was on the Gemstone files that basically exposed all the Kennedy clan. So I ended up putting that together. I made a mistake, sent the documents to the Library of Congress for documentation. That's all the pictures and everything else. I mean, you can see it. Then I got notification from New York, some of the major publishing houses. I formed a publishing company. I was the only way I could do anything. And then Jacqueline and Kimberly had given notice to all the distributors not to take my book because a lot of stuff was in there exposing what she was doing. So as a whistleblower, so to speak, that's okay. Well, I kept looking at other things, and I said, now, I sat in an office. I went in with Dick Lamb, who happened to be the governor of Colorado. I'm sitting in the Oval Office. And he says, you really made a mess of things. He says, a good thing I got my ticket. And I said, ticket? What ticket? And he says, well, if you did the bidding, you would have got one of the tickets. And at that point, they laid out what they called the Plan 2000. The Plan 2000, which Jimmy Carter, by the way, signed into action. Every senator and congressman got it, but as you probably are well aware, none of them read any of the documents they got. They don't. I think Ron Paul and John Conyers are the only two ones that admit to reading all the bills that are submitted. Otherwise, it's done by their flunkies. Anyway, what happened at that next venture, as I'm sitting here looking at this particular sequence of events, was, what is the Plan 2000? What does that have to do with you and me? Now, talking in the meetings, and I sit in on meetings, guys, before this all happened when I was a good guy. There's a problem today on the planet. You're all familiar with it. It's called population. There's 6.3 billion people on this planet right now. I was just in Washington, D.C. yesterday and the day before. I was down at the Population Center of the World Watch Organization. I have some flyers out on my desk so you know. We're increasing the population right now over deaths by 230,000 people a day, or 2,300,000. We have 1/3 of the population on the planet, 1/3, existing on less than $2 a day. We have consumed most of the goods on this planet right now. They're giving you notification that the oxygen, they're saying that the carbon dioxide levels are increasing. The truth is the oxygen levels are come down. So we have to look at all of this thing into perspective. Well, Henry Kissinger and a group of other guys got together, and they put together this Plan 2000 that I was privy to. And I put up the summary of all of it up on my website, which is nohoax.com. The Plan 2000, which was, again, 27 years ago, calls for a war to get started in the Middle East in the year 2000. That war is to spread to the United States. is to reduce the world's population down to 500 million. With only 20 million, and that's the Earth's carrying capacity, 20 million Americans that are expected to be left alive. Now, I sat in on the meetings. Now, how are they going to do it? By all means necessary. The best thing to do is follow the biblical prophecies to get the war started, saying Armageddon's going to be in there, and they wrote that book, so it falls in line for that too. Every time I turned around, I found out more lies. In fact, I found out everything's a lie. But I'll go into a little bit more on this, how I came back on this. Now, so we get along with this program somewhat on the extraterrestrial situation. Everybody asks me about that, and I will share what had happened to me. Before I got working with my dad, before I went to Colorado School of Mines, as a matter of fact, when I was 17 years old, I was all set to Colorado School of Mines, and I got in a big fight with my mother, or she fought with me rather. And they said I wasn't going to go anywhere, and they weren't going to let me go in the mines. I was accepted there. So I didn't know what to do. This was at the end of July, back in 1957, to give you an idea. And I looked around at all my buddies were joining the services. I was personally non grata within my family at that point. So they were all joining the Navy or something else, and I wasn't considered, I didn't want to do that. So I did go down and apply, and the Air Force put up the money, put me in a hotel, and gave me the food until on my 18th birthday. On my 18th birthday, I was in Lackland Air Force Base. I was down there for about 2.5 weeks. I didn't go through basic like the normal guy, merely because my test scores were really high. When I was in high school, it's kind of like my son. He got 8 college credits in physics when he was a junior in high school. He's a nuclear physicist today. So, you know, some genetic planning went in it. Anyway, what happened is that the Air Force then put me through, I went to Chanute Air Force Base, and I spent a year in electronics school. My first assignment, I've been working on all these tube-type radios. Remember the old days? Way back. Anyway, I've been working on all this. Is all the training they had given us. They said all the airplanes had all these things, and first thing they did was send me out to Edwards Air Force Base. Edwards Air Force Base is the Air Force Research and Development Center. That's where it's a crossover base. The civilian contractors make these vehicles, they give it to the Air Force to test. It's the first thing I did is get on the flight line. That's what they do. It's grunt work where you take out the black boxes and you put them in, make sure that they work so the pilot has communications. The problem is that all the black boxes that I worked on didn't exist. They had all these, you know, at that time, transistors and diodes and things that we did not even learn in school. I was asking them, I said, where do you get this stuff? And they said, we have think tanks create all these things. Little did I know, you know, at the same time I was there was a man by the name of Colonel Corso. Anybody remember that name?
Yeah.
Colonel Corso was in charge of retro-engineering the alien spacecraft technology into what we had. In other words, the crash disk that occurred in New Mexico, for instance, there was 18 of them. A lot of the disks were in good shape. Anyway, I'm at Edwards probably 2 months. It was a week before Armed Forces Day. I remember this, back at the end of August. When it gets to be over 100 degrees out in the desert, they don't want you to work because of possible heat stroke. So they sent me out to work on the X-15 and just landed. The X-15 is a forerunner of the space shuttle. It has skids. It has 2 wheels up front, but it comes in and then just pops out there in the middle of nowhere. The Muroc, the dry bed. Anyway, I goes out and I did my inspection on the plane, which is nothing more than a rocket. The guy's got to be an idiot to fly it. It's a rocket, you know, it's just, that's all it is, with a seat in the middle. However, they gave me a Jeep to run out there, and I had to put 20 miles a day on the Jeep or they'd take it away from me. And I only had about 12 miles on it, so in the north end, there was a couple hangars. I was kind of curious. I already had all the badges on me. I was cleared for top secret. I goes inside this hangar, about the size of this room. And in there, I'm looking at this round silver object. Now, it's as close as you are, 10 feet away. I thought, wow, this is an interesting looking craft. I mean, I've just been working on the F-107. They didn't fly him, but there was a weird bird too, and the B-58, and you know, that type of thing. At that time was really accelerated. So I come back and I asked my commander, I said, when can I work on that round craft? And he says, you saw it? I said, yeah. And he says, well, that's an ion-powered craft, designed by Sikorsky, that's the helicopter people, for use in outer space. I could accept that. I said, when can I work on it? He says, you can't, it's still a civilian project. Well, I then went back to my room, and then I went to my buddy, who just happened to be, coincidences, right, the base photographer. So I says, hey, get me some pictures of this spacecraft. And he says, George, what did they tell you? And I told him, he says, that's not true. And I'm, duh. And he proceeded to show me pictures of the spacecraft along with 2 dead aliens. No, I did not see the aliens, I saw the spacecraft. No, I did not see the aliens. I saw the spacecraft. Like I say, that was my first physical experience at that point. And it's not the idea that I didn't consider there may be life in other places. It's the idea is, here it is, I'm getting confronted to it, and I was really concerned, why did my commander lie to me? So I'm kind of dumb. I went back down and asked him. First thing he did, he reminded me of my top secret clearance. He's jail time and a fine. We actually joked about that. The fine at that time was $10,000. I said, look, my family's got money, but I don't know about this jail time bit. I said, I won't do anything. So he basically, we set it down. He said, by the way, next weekend is Armed Forces Day, and because you know what's going on now, I'm going to put you on duty. So I had to go out there. Now, the Air Force is dumb. Edwards Air Force Base is the most incredible base there is with all this super secret thing. They open it up to every civilian can go inside all the super secret things I had just been in, except for this craft, which is about 5 miles north of the base. In other words, the X-15, you're welcome to walk in it. It's like kind of like the space shuttle. You guys all seen the space shuttle on exhibit? You ever go look at it? You know you can't get inside of it with a spacesuit on it? Did you know that? It's all a lie. We never went to the moon. We'll go to the next, that's more later. Okay, now we got to go to the next thing. What happened at that minute? I didn't do anything more. I was immediately transferred off the base. I ended up in Tokyo. When he asked me how to learn a little bit about Japanese, that's what I did. Kudasai. At any rate, I was there for a little while. I decided I had almost 2 years in the service. I wanted out of this crazy outfit, and I contacted Peter Dominic, and I said, I want out of this place. I'm going to school of mines. I mean, there's only like 160 people a year get to go to mines. Mine's the #1 earth science school in the world. Dominic ended up going, what they did was they promoted and transferred me down to Biloxi, Mississippi, made an electronics instructor out of me. And then I was only there 30 days after I got to even get my certificate. Then they shipped me off to Illinois again, where I spent the next 2 years in nuclear missiles. So I was in the Hound Dog. I was in the guidance systems on the Hound Dog nuclear missile program. So I got an education on how nuclear works, on how the guidance system works, the capabilities we had at that point, vis-a-vis that. I got out of the service finally. Well, I have to give you a crazy story how that works. The Air Force, I signed up for 4 years. However, because I had 3 of the most critical skills they needed, and we were having a skirmish over in the Middle East, guess who they extended? Watash, me. Because I had over 4 years in, there's a small clause that says I was considered a career airman and I could get an early out. So I applied and got an early out. I only spent 4 years and 23 days in, and then I went to school nights, just to give you an idea. So I'm always looking for outs. Anyway, let's go back to the next thing. I told you I was building and doing things all over the country. This is where the fun part comes in. I built Colorado Mountain College up in Leadville, Colorado, 10,000 feet up in the mountains. You know, an inexpensive project. I was invited to city council meeting in Aspen because I could build low-income housing. They needed it in Aspen desperately because the worker bees have to drive 30 miles a day. If you've been to Aspen, you'll know. They have to go down the Salt and on down to Glenwood Springs. So I went in with the city fathers, if you want to. We all had, just like here, we had a city council meeting, and I said, I'll tell you what I'll do for you guys. I'll build the low-income housing for the city of Aspen, and I'll give it to you. You don't have to put up a dime. What I want is the tax write-offs. I mean, I was making so much money, I looked at every dime I could find so I could shelter it. It ended up with everybody approving it except for the city manager. Took me into his office after the meeting over and he says, George, I want you to put $1 million in this account. Sounds just like my dad. I says, you've got to be kidding. I'm giving away to the city the low-income housing what you wanted. And I'm giving this all stuff, and you want me to give you personally $1 million for it. I backed out. I said, forget about it. Anyway, I built a house in Aspen, next to Estee Lauder. You all familiar with them? She built it next to mine. Anyway, the housekeeper had this incredible book. I said, I didn't pay attention to this. I'm not playing Monopoly. I mean, at that time I had my own bank. I even had a bank outside the Federal Reserve. Did you know that? Yeah, by the way, are you familiar that the Federal Reserve is a private bank? It has nothing to do with the government. It's like Federal Express, right? Well, I created my own bank too. And I had everything going except for I didn't have that franchise called that being able to put up 20 times the amount of deposits. They wouldn't let me do that. But I did get away with it. I was licensed in the state of Colorado. I got out of that because you couldn't make any money unless you had that franchise, frankly. All I did was pay my officers, and that was not a good deal. Well, anyway, the house with this incredible book, I'm sitting here looking at it, it's a UFO contact from the Pleiades. I mean, I'm opening up the pictures. This was exactly the same thing I saw at Edwards Air Force Base. Now, this has been 20 years. Why doesn't the world know about this by now? 20 years was enough time to give the government time to come forth with the truth, right? You know, you're talking to a guy that's sitting next to a spacecraft, so I know they're real. And I'm sitting here looking at these pictures. So I decided to fly down to Phoenix, and I talked to this couple, and they say they were investigating a man in Switzerland who claimed to be in contact with beings from the star system, the Pleiades. By the way, his name is Billy Meyer. I said, look, I don't know anything about that. I know those pictures are real. And they said, well, it gave me a little bit more story. He said, the Pleiadians said that they engineered planet Earth for 500 million people. Click, 500 million. I said, well, again, I don't know about that. And I says, what can I do to help you kids? And they said, well, what we need is money. I said, I can arrange that. You tell me what you need to do. And they said, well, we need X amount of dollars. And I said, I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll loan you the money. With the idea is that when you sell the books, I want my money back first. And then it's like, I'm going back to do my real estate developing. I mean, that's what I'm doing. So I put up the money. 60 days later, Masamanus, the guy's name is Lee. Lee sent me the accounting. And I'm sitting here looking at the accounting, but there's no check. I said, Lee, where's my money? And he says, George, we found out who you are, you don't need it. I mean, I'm in an agreement. I said, okay. So I flew my little plane down to Phoenix and filed suit against them. During this 2 months that I've been involved with that material, they were sharing a lot of data with me. It's incredible. I said, I got to find out for myself. So my wife and I jumped on the next plane and we went to Zurich, Switzerland. rented a little car. It's about a 45-minute ride outside of Zurich. A little town called Hinter Schmidt-Rudy. Hinter behind Schmidt-Rudy. There's some people in here that's been over there. Anyway, I goes knocking on the door, and a young lady answers the door, and she introduced herself as Bruni, and I said, look, I'm George Green. I put the money up for your the publication of your material in the United States. And I said, I also put money into a movie called Contact that's being made. And I says, I've got a lot of questions. And she says, look, we're not talking to Americans, they're all crooks. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, they come and take our materials and our stuff like that, and they're supposed to give us a percentage of what they get, and we never get anything. And I said, well, I can understand that. I said, but you go back and tell Billy the buck stops here. I says, if I get these questions answered that I need to know, I says, I'll provide you whatever is necessary so I can assist you guys, because the information should be given to the planet. Anyway, she leaves, she's gone maybe 10 minutes. Comes back, she says, Mr. Green, I'm sorry. Shirley MacLaine was here 2 months ago. She promised to help us and nothing. By the way, Lee is the guy's name, his wife's name is Britt, if that helps you. Britt is the secretary for Shirley MacLaine. A lot of collusion. You talk about dark energy, it's unbelievable. How they did keep the stuff, the information suppressed. Well, I says, okay, if that's all that's going to be, you're not going to do anything with me. I'm sorry we imposed about your time. I said, I'm going to take off and we're going to go over to Innsbruck. It's late in the afternoon, and I realize that I've imposed on your time without anything. I said, where's the closest hotel? And Bruni told us, and I said, we're checking in there and then heading off to Innsbruck. Anyway, next morning at 7 o'clock, we were just getting ready to get up and go down and have breakfast and take off. Knocking on the door is Bruni. She said, Mr. Green, I got a message for you. And I said, what's that? She says, well, we found out who you are. And she handed me a 2-page message which was signed by Quetzal, who happened to be the Palladian commander who was in contact with Billy Myers. The information in this document was so astounding because you'd have to be living with me to have some of that. It just blew me away. We were invited back into their so-called compound of it. Now, Billy doesn't have any heat at that time in his house. And anyway, for the next week, they answered all the questions I have, opened up a lot more questions that I had, set up everything. Anyway, I said, look, I'm going to agree, and I made an agreement with the extraterrestrials and Billy at that time, to publish their information that they had to get out to the world. And I put it, whatever was necessary, except for I had a problem. Billy had given away the worldwide rights to his story to Lee. I says, I have no problem about that. We'll fly back, and my attorneys in Beverly Hills happen to be Durham Mason and Flown, that's attorneys for the Screen Actors Guild. And if there's anybody can break a contract, they can do it. I says, I'll just notify them. We'll set this thing up so I can go ahead and come to an agreement to publish the information, the extraterrestrials, and what you have to go. Sounds like a good picture to me. Anyway, I come back and I walked into the office with Dern, and I tell him, I said, this is what I want you to do. And he, first of all, he looks at me like I'm a total nut. I'm making a deal with extraterrestrials. There's no written contract. You know what I told the ETs? You got my word, and if my word's no good, nothing is. All this papers are just the mechanics for the attorneys, at any rate. So anyway, Dern says, I'll take care of it. So a month later, Dern calls me on the office and he says, come on over. He said, we got it all taken care of. Hold 1 second. We got to change the tape.
Okay.
We had 2 tapes going on. So 2 tapes. By the way, we're having this video as well as audio tape. Okay. So anyway, I goes back up to Dern's office, and we're sitting here talking. He says, I've got it all taken care of. I want you to fly Billy Meyer over here to the United States. We're going to have a hearing in front of the judge, which would be a normal thing to do. And we'll get rid of the contract that he has with him, and you can go on with his quote, this BS deal that you have with extraterrestrials. I said, fine. So from his office, decided to expedite this thing. I called Billy on the phone. And I said, Billy, I want you to fly over here right now. And we're going to set this thing up. I'll send you the ticket. And he says, George, remember I showed you pictures that I had taken of San Francisco totally destroyed on an earthquake? I saw them. He says, I don't know when the event's going to occur. I know it's going to happen. And he says, I'm safe here. I have 3 children. He says, you're going to have to find another way. And my response back to him, he says, I guess the extraterrestrials are going to have to find another way. So when we left Beverly Hills, I had a little Mercedes, you know, little 450 SLs at that time, little 2-seater convertibles. I'm going down the road, and they had one of their beam ships, and I'm going to show you some neat pictures right now. They had one of their beam ships follow us in broad daylight. This is in Southern California, about 100 yards off, to remind me what I was going on was, it was a real life X-Files. I mean, you have to live through my experience. I mean, it was sitting out there, we kept pointing, I don't know if anybody else saw it, but my wife and I kept looking, and I was playing with it. Because I would take that little SL and run it up to about 120 miles an hour, and it would just, you know, whatever. I thought it was going fast. And then I'd stop, and it just stopped. Well, I'm sitting here, you have to understand, this is on the, I think I was on the 405 freeway. This is unbelievable, we're just playing this thing. Anyway, this lasted for probably a half an hour going down the road. Anyway, after that little escapade, I got involved with some other stuff, and the extraterrestrials kind of, we didn't do anything for a while. What I want to show you now is what I had found out. I was so involved with the Billy Meyer story, I said it had to be more truth out there than that. The gentleman that brought Lee together was named Colonel Wendell Stevens. I went down and talked to Colonel Stevens, and he said, look, there's all over the planet. And I said, look, I don't have anything better to do. Let me go down and be a bird dog. I want to go find out for myself. I mean, I got the money to do this. Let's happen. So I ends up in Spain. I was over there with Dr. Antonio Rivera, who's in contact with a group from the planet Umo called Umites. Heard of those? They look just like us, no vocal cords. They communicate totally telepathically. And they were sharing some technology to cure cancer. They're my buddies. Also, Wendell gave me another job. This is a group of extraterrestrials that are plants. They look just like us, but they're plants. They were seeing if they could live with their chlorophyll in their system. They were seeing if they could live with this symbiotically because of our oxygen content being reduced on the planet. By the way, it's about 14%, I understand. And we get down to about 12, we're about gone. That's how close it's coming down to. Well, the group of extraterrestrials in South America, they were sharing the information about cures for cancer. Of course, I was running around with a bunch of people working on the Royal Rife material. Are you all familiar with Rife technology? Yeah. This is using frequency medicine and everything. I've gone a lot, spent a lot of money on that, so I'm really involved with a couple other people now on research. Anyway, these people down there had gave a salve to the mother of this child. And they put the salve on the palm of their hands. You know how your palm gets warmed up? It was absorbed into the skin. And a couple days later, a scab formed out. You pull the scab off, cancer was all gone. Wouldn't you like to get a sample of that salve? Guess what? I did. I flew a sample of that salve to Chemitox Laboratories in Boulder, Colorado, and for the next 3 days, we did a spectrographic analysis on it. At that time, I was in contact with Dr. Alan Hynek. Remember that guy? Supposedly a government liaison for the extraterrestrial experience. Found out he was CIA. Anyway, I flew down the spectrographic analysis. I still have a copy, by the way. And just from a chemical standpoint, I kept looking at everything. We have a no match, because it's all vibration and things that they've done. So I do have the analysis, but I couldn't do anything with it at that time. Since then, I found out all kinds of things about cures for everything. We can cure everything on this planet, but you don't make money curing things. You only make money treating them. Isn't that right? So at this minute, because what I'm going to do is show you the slide presentation, and I think then we'll see what the time is. Hold on. I got to light it up. Obviously, that's the title of my lecture. The Global 2000 report that I was telling you, this is just kind of a summary. I'll review some of these things at this minute. Calls for planned annihilation of 83%, to wars, starvation, epidemic, disease, environmental sabotage. Environmental sabotage means about all the electronic frequencies that they're doing to us right now. You guys are all being, as you probably know, being bombarded by all kinds of rays. One of the problems with the extraterrestrials is going through this wave of frequencies. Remember, every television station is broadcasting frequencies. Every cell phone is broadcasting a frequency. All this is permeating out and it's affecting each one of us. Dr. Coleman wrote a book. When I first got involved with this, the extraterrestrials brought me to Dr. Coleman. Dr. Coleman was former British intelligence, MI6, still is, frankly. He gets, I sit with him and we have discussion of the current situation on the world and from the British side of it. Then I talk with my CIA friends and I get further information from some FBI friends that I have. Anyway, he put together the book which lists the 300 families that control the entire planet. Now there's some copies on my table in the back if you want to look at it, or you can always order them out of my catalog. Everybody that orders one of the books will send you a current list of the Council of Foreign Relations, the Trilaterals, and Bilderbergers, so you can see the interlocking board of directors of the world leaders and how it works. Again, it's answerable to no one. I used to run around with these guys. Remember, they put people into office. As Henry Kissinger says, the absolute aphrodisiac is power. So they give you all the power. They always need a fall guy so they don't take anything for themselves. Somebody else is always set up there. Are you familiar with the Georgia Guidestones?
No.
Well, look them up on the internet. A guy down in Georgia put up his. And what does it say? They put it in writing. Same thing, establish a world government, population and reproduction control. I mean, I'm concerned about that. When I was at the population center 2 days ago, we were discussing it. Did you know 65% of the people in the Middle East are under age 25? And 50% of the Americans are over age 50? Just an interesting situation. By the way, that's Billy Meyer. That's the guy in Switzerland we were talking about. These pictures are 20 years old. He's a little bit different has happened. That picture won't come out. His first contact was a girl. Now, I really have to clarify this. Billy has been in contact with extraterrestrials since a child. He was in India. He was with a group over there. He's been kind of a catalyst for the ETs all the way along the line. But anyway, in this particular contact, the girl he was in contact with some Yasi. And the idea if they sent a girl home or along to meet him would be less confrontational. So he went along with that. They wouldn't let her picture to be taken because they walk among us. In fact, I did a meeting like this in California a few months ago, and some people asked me a question. Remember with a question and answer deal? And one of the extraterrestrials was in the crowd, and I didn't know it. But I got a letter a couple days later to give me the answer to the people asked me. And I'll share it with you tonight. Billy's has one arm. He lost it in a bus accident. His first camera was one that was an old black and white or little color camera. Was a little less than infinity. The focus was not really great. So the first few photographs that he has, like right here, was taken. He was allowed to take friends with him. He went out to fields with the people, and he would literally beam aboard the spacecraft and be gone in front of everybody. Now that space, as we get better, this craft here is so distant. This is similar to the one I saw at Edwards Air Force Base. This really what brought me into this game, what we're talking about. That's a different variation. There was like 5 variations of spacecraft. That one's over a little town called Wyla. The French sent up a Mirage fighter, and it locked on its weapon systems to shoot it out of the sky, but the weapon system seized up. Just so you know, if you want to see all these craft moving, I have a DVD out there you guys can buy for $10. It's about an hour and a half, and you can see and listen to Billy and see all these spacecraft literally moving around trees. It's not high quality because it's second generation, but it's enough so you can see what's going on.
7 meters, or about 21 feet in diameter. Junichi, like our team, had been fascinated by the Meyer photography, yet cautious. He had investigated UFOs around the world and never before seen photographs or movie footage this detailed. It seemed too good to be true. Yet when questions arose, there was always another piece of footage to stir the sense of wonder. Close examination of this footage clearly shows the craft moving behind the large tree. When the size of the beam ship is compared to that of the tree and the farmhouse, it becomes obvious that it would be impossible to suspend it with strings. In addition, the top of this enormous tree is seen to move as the craft passes over it. This movement can be attributed to the backwash of air created by the beam ship. With a full day scheduled, we left the farmhouse early to visit more contact sites.
Quality because it's second generation, but it's enough so you can see what's going on. Now, I'll go see that craft here. This is one that's down at the bottom. In the book of Ezekiel, do you remember how Ezekiel was trying to describe a spacecraft? A wheel within a wheel? Doesn't that kind of look like a wheel within a wheel? There it is. That's exactly what I saw at Edwards. Now what they would do would take their spacecraft and put it next to a tree. See that tree right there? It does not exist. What has happened, there is a certain amount of radiation, and they're very concerned about radiation, that they kept using on this tree. So it leaked into the tree, and rather than cause a potential for you and anybody else, they changed its time. Now, I don't really know what that means, except for the tree's still alive, but it's in another dimension or another time frame. A good friend of mine by the name of Wally Gentleman. Wally Gentleman won the Academy Award for the movie 2001. Remember the Space Obelisk? He's examined all these photographs. And he said, George, I can reproduce them. You give me the money. He said that no one-armed guy in the middle of nowhere is going to do these things. I said, okay. Anyway, they put these craft next to the tree to act as stabilizers. The equipment that they use, and I'm going to show you something. By the way, I did bring, are all of you familiar with free energy motors and all that kind of stuff? I actually brought one for you to see tonight. How do you like that? We'll do it later. Anyway, they put the tree or the craft on the other side of the tree so you could see that it wasn't just a model doing it. Now a lot of people claim that that's what's going on. It's not true. And I took some pictures. I even talked to the neighbor when I was over there. We had something going on. I said, "Do you seen anything strange?" And he says, "George, come on out here." And I said, and I went out behind his barn, and there was huge footprints in the mud. The guy was out milking his cow. He said there was a guy 7 meters tall leaning next to the barn. That's 21 feet. You know, I was all wound up. I come running back into Billy. He just shrugged his shoulders, and he showed me the plaster cast of little tiny people. He says, "Don't you know the stories of leprechauns and fairies?" In other words, within this universe, there's all kinds of things going on. Billy would, that's a movie camera. Billy would put down his movie camera, and he'd start it, and then he'd take his own pictures. That's, for triangulation, it helped. That picture was on the front page of the UFO Contact from the Pleiades book. That's an over satellite. Again, these are, it's Switzerland. Billy still is in contact. He thinks we're a bunch of characters. He's working on with a few people over here. His best definitive history is in a book on, it's called And Yet They Fly, or They Still They Fly. It's in my catalog. If you want to know, it's got pictures, gives you the whole history of Billy. The guy's been with him for 30 years over there that wrote it. And I can't say enough about Billy. He's fudged some of the stuff that he's had, trying to get his story out, trying to get it there. And since that, he's corrected a lot of his information. And I'll tell you that why. Now there's 3 craft. 2 of them are drones. These are basically craft that they use. The extraterrestrials are concerned about the planet now, but as a good scientist, they send out craft to measure soil samples, earth samples, air samples, all kinds of stuff. In fact, out in Franktown, Colorado, some people called me on the phone and said, "George, get out here." So I come out there, see a huge hole dug down in the ground. Went down 35 feet. The top of the dirt it's so hot it just melted like lava. I got samples of it. And I further asked later, and it was just extraterrestrials who were taking soil samples. If you're a good geologist or a good scientist, you want to know what's happening to planet Earth. We're going through a tremendous change on this planet. Again, that's I don't know how many aboard that craft, 5 or more people. Their motherships, if you want to call them that, if they need them, can be huge. How many of you have been out looking at the stars recently and looking at the stars that strobe red, blue, and green? Stars do not strobe. These are huge spacecraft. This planet Earth is what we call the show that's going on in the universe. What they're trying to do is figure out if we will wake up to change the ending of the story that's being written for us. And that's what it is. Now, this particular shot, as you can see the sun gleaming off the side of the craft. There's one of them where you have the craft on top, a little drone underneath the side, just to give you an idea of how the pictures are done. And, you know, again, it'd be hard to recreate these things. But today you can. Now, here's the fun part. I took some of these pictures. When I was there, Billy was in contact with, again, the extraterrestrials. They have a weapon. Now, in the universe, there's a rule. It says, "Thou shalt not murder thy fellow man in thought or deed." We shorten it down to "thou shalt not kill," but it doesn't cover enough, right? However, if somebody attacks you, you have to protect yourself, right? If you don't, that's suicide or self-murder. That's also against the law. Now, they go into great details about that, and I was kind of fascinated about it because of people that go committing suicide. They don't. All you do is get rid of this body. You got to come right back. Anyway, there's Betty with one arm, and here's this little gun. I call it, you know, the laser gun. That's one of the extraterrestrials. Wouldn't allow her face to be shown, but that's one of her space outfits. But there's the gun again. The detractors didn't like this picture because the end of the gun is about the same color as the fence that Billy just painted, but that's okay too. Again, as you can see, the outfits that they had were space-wide. I have some documents. I'll tell you how fast they travel and what they do, and they say it's pure mechanics, and they give us a lot of information about it. That's what that gun does. Pretty powerful, huh? By the way, I took that picture. I was allowed to take 3 pictures. However, I fudged. The 4th picture I took was on us. They had a limb that was about 30 foot up, and I thought, you know, that's pretty good, Billy. This was straight across, but this limb was up there. I'll get a picture of that. The 4th picture didn't come out. I had a full row with 36 film. And number 21, 22, and 23 are perfect, and 24 is totally blank.
Another universal law.
Yeah, better listen to it. Well, and then my friend, Dr. Jim Deerdorf, he's a professor at the University of Oregon, an astrophysicist. He went over there, and he got permission to take pictures, and he did exactly what I did. But on the 4th picture, his camera jammed. This is just to get you involved in understanding you're playing with things that are a lot different. See that? So that's just, all I'm doing is to show you the capabilities they have, and they have many, if you want to call it weapons, but they're all used in defense. Again, they have to follow the same rules. What we put out, we're going to get back at some point. Now they land, they cause, if you look carefully at these patterns in the grass, 2 of them are going one way and the other one's going the other way. That led to me saying, well, wait a minute, if it's doing that, then they're setting up some kind of frequency pattern that's totally different. So I'm going to show you some more things, because that's how we put together a little magnetic motor that runs without wires. Now, you've all heard of the crop circles. Crop circles have 2 purposes. One, to make you ponder that there's something else going on this planet. The other thing is the extraterrestrials have been given permission to stabilize the planet. The planet is due to flip on its axis about the year 2012. So the purpose of they have the twofold thing is they are at certain power points throughout the planet, they're in every country, and that is to basically keep us in balance prior to this supposedly flip. Again, hoping that we will wake up and we have the ability to change it. We, all of us, you and everybody that's here. What happens is the grass dies out, see it? Comes back the next year about twice as thick. That's landing, this particular spacecraft, I'm going to show you real close-ups in a second. It lands, the power just melted all the snow. That's again in the back, or the front yard of Billy's house. That's Billy's house in the background. He has Dobermans and also peacocks, because they make a lot of noise to keep all the strangers away. These pictures you will not see. I got these abilities, I figured they were the most important pictures on the whole thing that he had over there. The ability for the spacecraft to go between here and other planets is they basically convert all matter to light. Remember talking about going to the light? Well, take a look at this. You're taking a look at a light, you're looking at a spacecraft that is not quite physical. You see it start to form? See it again? Incredible? That's what you are, a hologram of condensed light. That's Billy in the middle of this energy stream they put around him, just to give you an idea. Again, Billy's house. I want one of these. In fact, I told him, I said, I want to write for this. Now, a couple things that I found that was interesting about this. There we go. See right there? There's a gap in there. Now, that was kind of strange to me, except I started figuring out, by using some of the information I had, they're setting up a field using magnetics. See this? So what we did is we created a magnetic field, basically a horseshoe magnet. All the poles, north side and all on the south side, but we left the gap, like this here. And that's what I'm going to show you in a little while. By doing that, we created a continuous motion of magnetism that is always out of balance. So it's always looking to cause some kind of motion to happen. Does that make sense to you? Well, we did it. Again, there's spacecraft Titan. And remember, well, you can't see them right now because it's not bright enough in here. We'll go to the next one up. Remember those, see the little tiny protuberances underneath there? That's what melted it down at the bottom. Again, they call this the wedding cake, by the way. This is the latest variation. This is a bigger craft. Now that's, as you know, the old Volkswagen bus and the little trailer behind it. Same, basically another picture of the same thing. I'm going to show you some crop circles. There's one of them. There's all different kinds of sizes and shapes. I've got literally hundreds of them. There's videos and there are books on all of them, and they all have, you know, their ideas that their communication. And again, the extraterrestrials assured me, they says, you guys don't worry about it right now. Just be happy that we're doing it to stabilize it. Each of these have certain patterns that are happening all over the globe. I mean, they were up in Montana, of all places. Out in California a couple of weeks ago. India, if you saw the movie Signs, that was done over in India. They're in Russia. Literally beautiful things. There's, I got the latest copy of Nexus that has like 10 pages of it. I don't know if you guys subscribe to Nexus magazine, but you know, contact us and we'll get you information on it. They keep track of a lot of those things that are going on. There's one in front of an apartment. I have some friends that went to England, by the way, and camped out in the field, woke up in the morning, and the crop circle was totally around them. I haven't put it onto this, but probably my next lecture I'll have it. I have a sequence where I'm going to show you the crop circles being made.
There are footage showing small white spheres hovering over the fields where the crop circles have appeared. In the documents showing these objects, there is one that has caused a stir-up. In it, one can see some spheres flying over a wheat field, and in a few seconds, a pictogram appearing similar to a snow crystal. The footage was recorded at 5 AM of 11th of August 1996 by John Wabley, an English UFO enthusiast of the crop circles phenomenon in proximity of Oliver Castle in England. Numerous controversies have been raised concerning the authenticity of the footage. However, the accurate analysis carried out by the American researcher Jim Dilettoso, an expert of computerized systems of video analysis, have not ascertained any trace of falsification.
My opinion on the Oliver's Castle video footage is that there is no evidence of a hoax. The key thing is that if the Oliver's Castle image was made digitally, that word digital says it went into a computer. In the vertical interval signal of the copy that we have, there is no evidence that it was ever digital format.
One can see some spheres flying over a wheat field, and in a few seconds, a pictogram appearing similar to a snow crystal. The footage was recorded at 5 a.m. of 11th of August 1996 by John Wabley, an English UFO enthusiast of the crop circles phenomenon in proximity of Oliver Castle in England.
It's amazing.
Obviously, the handbook is where most of you people should have it. I'm sorry you don't have it. The ones are going to do it. This handbook came about because 4.5 years ago I was in Las Vegas. I got a divorce from my wife after what, because we got attacked by everybody. Somebody wants to know about what's going on, how to divide people. I kept bringing my wife in and have her go through depositions, and that was an emotional thing that she just couldn't take, and it was smarter that we just departed and got away from the fire that I was taking, because I really stepped on a lot of toes. Anyway, 4.5 years ago, when I was in Las Vegas, the extraterrestrials contacted me again and said, George, you're going to remind you of your agreement to publish the information. You're running out of time. And I said, okay. And they said, we want you away from Las Vegas. The energies here are out of balance. We want to make sure we have a pure information that's going through. Now, when I was with Billy over in Switzerland, one of the things that confused me, the Pleiadians said that they were in continuous contact with spirit. Now remember, these Pleiadians, the girl, Semyasi, appeared to be about 30 years old, but she was 300 years old. They lived to be 1,000. They claimed that we're their descendants, that we were created as their warriors, most of us. These are some skulls that are in Peru, at the Peruvian Museum. If you look back at history, remember Nefertiti with the long... Okay. Been a lot of interaction with extraterrestrials throughout this whole planet. The United States has all kinds of information. There's a lot of burial grounds of 10 and 12 foot people. How about that? You guys remember about the little graves? Again, when Billy, when I was over there, he just showed me these little, he said 12-inch tall people, 14 inches. So, oh, like I say, leprechauns and fairies. Well, within the universe with gravity, we have all kinds of things. Or within the creation, let's put it that way. That's just another skull. Now these are on display, by the way, in the Peruvian museums right now. A lot of people have examined them. There's a lot of extraterrestrials. You've heard about the plains of Nazca down in Peru. There's a lot of remains of a lot of extraterrestrials that are around there. They're still visiting. I actually have a friend in New Mexico that has a ranch out a little west of Taos, and they sit in the hot springs watching the spacecraft grow into the mountain. How's that for a bunch? Now, probably the next thing is going to be the big, most controversial of all things. I got to go back to where I was at and what's happened to me. When I was 14 years old, a friend of the family, got all these friends of the family, by the name of Dr. Walter Moyer, he was on the team of doctors that dug out the Dead Sea Scrolls. There was this group of doctors at the Denver Museum of Natural History, and they were his friends. Anyway, he invited me to go over to the Middle East and help dig up things with him, and my mother wouldn't let me go. I guess that's one of the reasons why I travel around the world right now. If I can't do it, I'm going to go do it, you know. Anyway, Moyer come back and he says, when I'm 14, he says, you know the story they tell you about, you know, the crucifixion of Jesus and all that? And I said, yeah. And he says, it's a lie. And I said, what? Can't be. He said, yeah. He said, I'll tell you about that. He says, at that time, they were crucifying everybody. And everybody didn't die. And he said, but they didn't know what to do with him. By the way, his name wasn't Jesus, it was, and I'll show you in a few minutes. Jesus was a nickname given to him by Saul of Tarsus, who changed his name to Paul, who was responsible for most of the New Testament, just so you know. Anyway, when I was with Billy, Billy handed me this document called the Talmud, or the Teachings of Emmanuel. Emmanuel. Interesting? Now, I took 4 different Bibles that you can go to any Bible bookstore and see exactly what we're talking about. The 4 Bibles that are most common are, well, Geneva's the old one. That's where the King James was taken away from. By the way, King James, let me ask you a question. Is anybody in here accept a Bible that was authorized by Bill Clinton? Would you accept a Bible that was authorized by Bill Clinton?
No.
Did you know our presidents, none of them take the King James Bible? They get a Thomas Jefferson Bible. Now, who's Thomas Jefferson but a Mason? Illuminati. But anyway, I decided to go look and see what's going on. George Lomsa now, he said, I'm going to do my translations, and he went directly from the Aramaic into English. By the way, what did he say? The name Jesus, look at it, every one of them. And I like the New Living Bible. What does it say? So which one's right? You understand what the problem is when you're doing translations? Here, this is any Bible bookstore, so if you left some confusion, doesn't that look there? It's kind of interesting since Saul of Tarsus gave him the nickname Jesus. So I was more concerned about the story of Emmanuel. And what happened is I came back with the documents. My wife worked on it for 2 years. We shared the information with Dr. Jim Deerdorf, that professor at the University of Oregon, who was quote, born again. He says, I'm going to disprove the documents. He ended up proving that they were real. These were written by Judas Iscariot, the scribe to Christ. In it, he's trying to put out the real message that he was given at that time, not the one that's been passed on to what you think. And I'll be talking about a few of those in a minute. This is to give you some differences in the translations. And I used the King James, or Jim did, the Matthew 5 up there, and look at how the Talmud translated it. The next one. I thought this was pretty neat. Does that speak of flying saucers? For the ones in the back of the room, I'll read the Talmud. It says, when Emmanuel had been baptized, he soon came out of the water of Jordan, and behold, a metallic light dropped from the sky and descended steeply over Jordan. It turns out that Emmanuel's father was an extraterrestrial Pleiadian who impregnated Mary. His purpose was to bring back the spiritual teachings of man, to wake up to who and what we really are, a spirit having a physical experience. Here's the Talmud's translation of a two-line in Matthew. It says, he rose and took a child, and they departed to Egypt. You all remember that story. Anyway, in the Talmud, it says, Joseph rose and took the young child, his mother, and escaped under the guidance of celestial son Gabriel. Does it make sense? The logic of this is incredible. And what they told us, the extraterrestrials have given me the information, they said the first rule in this universe, gain all knowledge. You can't do it in one lifetime. The wheel of reincarnation is a fact. The trouble is we come into this dimension and we forget who and what we are. Anyway, the Talmud said that's Emmanuel, a prophet who brings teachings of wisdom. He's trying to wake you up. Remember what Christ said? What I do, you can do, and even greater. Also said, what you sow, you shall reap. True. That's the book, the Talmud. It's been out of print for about 4 months. I have orders on it. They keep promising me delivery. It may come in the next 3 weeks, as they're telling me, so you can have it. What I call the authorized, agreed version by Billy. Billy and I have a little bit of problem about this. I don't know how you can copyright documents that were 2,000 years ago.
Unless you were there.
Well, he even didn't have copyright, let's put it that way. Well, when we come back, the argument was that we, in order to print the book, we had to do his translation, the Schweizer Deutsch, or High German, on one page, and then do the English on the other. So that's where you get it. The next thing I'm going to show you, these are what we call monolithic domes. Now, as a builder, I spent an afternoon with a guy by the name of Bucky Fuller. Remember him? Buck, also called Buckminster Fuller. Bucky and I were arguing about we argued. I told him his geodesic was a piece of junk. And the reason is, as a builder, the worst place that I have in building any kind of project is the seams. Remember? You go look at these beautiful windows over here. Where the seams are is where your leakage is. And that's the hardest thing to seal up. So anyway, I told Bucky we have to do a one-form flow. And a couple of guys and a bunch of potato growers up in Idaho, David South, were building underground potato storage when the foam started coming out. Remember all the foam stuff? And they decided they're going to start building houses of them, and they got these balloon material. They blew up a balloon. Now, I'm one of these people to find out for sure, so you're going to see. I went down there, and I built one. Actually, I built 4 of them since then. This is the only dwelling that will probably withstand what's coming up. From the extraterrestrial position, they're saying because of what we're changing, and I'm going to explain a little bit of this in a few minutes, the atmosphere, that didn't come out very well. That's inside the dome looking up. That's me. As you can see, we just got to finish spraying the equipment. You hold the window in place and then you spray the foam and the concrete around it. That's a little pump. It's called a Target pump. It's a little concrete pump. Now, any of you guys can build them. It's a 9 parts concrete to 1 of sand. It comes out and it sets up with the reinforced steel about 2,000 psi. It'll withstand winds of 400 to 500 miles an hour. There's nothing that I built prior to these domes that will do that. I mean, I got some. You go down to Phoenix right now on Central Avenue. I built an upside-down pyramid. It won't, and it's all steel. You know, it won't make it. They're making, these are office buildings, they're making churches out of them, that's inside of the school. They're the only dome, actually in Florida when we just had all this stuff, the only dwellings that withstood all the winds were the domes. In, I think it's North Carolina, they have a place called Eye of the Storm. It was a direct hit of the hurricane. You're all familiar with what's going on from that up to a point. This is just to give you an idea. Now the guys have become really sophisticated and creative as far as doing interior design. And I really like some of it now. That's the reinforced steel. I've been talking with steel people about changing the patterns on that to make a little bit more sense so we can have the energy conference and also set up a bunch of pyramids, diamonds, in order to keep the energy. By the way, these units, because of the steel and the configuration, keeps out all the outside bombardment. You talk about doing meditation. Wow. There's a friend, I was with him last Friday. I brought him down, taught him how to do all that. He's living out there, by the way, about 1.5 miles from Mark Bell. Again, these are just some huge buildings. They build them as, people are building them as hotels and places too, so they're just everywhere. Okay, with that, let's turn the lights back on. I'll get it later. Okay, now I'm going to share with you a little bit else of what I found, what we're doing to ourselves. We are doing everything to ourselves. Remember the old law, what you put out, you're going to get back? Let me give you some history of what's going on the planet, and you're free to challenge it. I wish you would, because I hate to hear it. I look back, and we're all concerned about the weather patterns right now, aren't we? Why are they so crazy? Well, we got to go back to 1904, 100 years ago. 100 years ago, there was a British officer by the name of Francis Younghusband who was born in India. He led an expedition to Tibet. The Tibetan monks were guarding all the ancient documents of Atlantis and Lemuria. Now, I know you've read some of that in some of the old books, but the truth is these documents were there. In the documents, it showed this planet was engineered for 500 million people, was going to flip on its axis about the year 2000. Interesting. And also the secrets of nuclear fusion. Now, let's go back to 1900. Fewer than 5% of the people in the United States were literate. In other words, could read or write. He didn't know what to do with this information, so he gave it to his boss, who was Lord Curzon. who was the viceroy in India, pointed from London, remember? England run more problems. Anyway, he didn't know what to do with the data, so he sent it to the center of the universe, and that was London. The London scientists at that point decided that they would research this information because it was so profound. At that time, they had determined there was 2 billion people on the planet, 4 times their its carrying capacity. So they set into motion what they call Project Eden Return. Remember the Garden of Eden? And they notified the best scientists in the world, which were the Germans under Bismarck at that time. Bismarck led an expedition to Tugungsta, Siberia. The purpose was to explode a nuclear bomb to flip the planet on its axis prematurely. 90% of the population lives next to the ocean. If this planet flips, what do you think is going to happen to the ocean? Most of the people are going to get wiped out. So they're going to play God. Now they're doing this in 1904. This is the planning. 1908 is when the explosion actually occurred.
Shortly after 7 a.m. on June the 30th, 1908, in the cold vastness of central Siberia near the Tunguska River, farmers, herdsmen, and trappers watched in awe as a round and cylindrical object, glowing with a blinding white light and a fiery tail, streaked across the morning horizon. At the time, the object was 6 to 10 kilometers above the ground, directly over a desolate region of tundra and pine forest. At 7:17, the unknown object exploded in a tremendous ball of fire, completely destroying an area of over 2,000 square kilometers, equivalent to an area larger than Los Angeles or New York City. The resulting firestorms lasted for several weeks, burning an additional 10,000 kilometers surrounding the flashpoint. This explosion could be felt several thousand kilometers away. Strangely though, upon investigation of this location 19 years later, no impact crater of any kind was found. No one, until now, knew exactly what the object was that caused this massive explosion.
Я была ребенком. Я работала с папой на ферме.
I was about 7 or 8 years old at the time I saw it with my father. We were farming in a little village near the railroad tracks, and I'll never forget how it looked like a long, round chimney on its side with a long tail of fire. I remember telling everybody I could that it looked at first like it was coming down, but then angled up for a little while, and then I was absolutely positive that it had changed its direction.
As many as 900 eyewitnesses living near the crash site gave similar accounts shortly after the explosion. Collectively, their stories made the trajectory difficult to explain in a logical scientific manner, since it indicated a maneuvering object. Physically, it is impossible for a meteor or comet to fall through the Earth's atmosphere, being pulled by gravity, then change direction. Whatever the phenomenon may have been, it did not behave like any naturally occurring object.
It disappeared over the next mountain ridge. And I remember like it was yesterday, how a few seconds later it seemed like the entire world ended. There was a flash that filled the entire sky, and it was like the sky opened up and split in half. I put my hands over my eyes and I could see the bones in my hands.
In modern terms, the blast was equivalent to 40 megatons, approximately the size of the largest thermonuclear bomb. The explosion was so massive, it was over 2,000 times the explosive power of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima on August 6, 1945. In addition, many people living near the explosion site were reported to have died of an unknown illness, showing symptoms not previously documented in that region.
I could not get over the fact that so many of my friends and family were getting sick, and many of them died when still young. They were healthy before, and I just could not figure out why they got sick and died.
Another occurrence that could not be explained by any natural means at that time was when the observatory, located 900 kilometers away in Irkutsk, Siberia, recorded very unusual disturbances in the Earth's magnetic field at the time of the explosion, as well as severe magnetic storms occurring just after the explosion. Satisfactory explanations for both the explosion and the resulting abnormalities were impossible until after World War II. Following the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, aerial photographs of these cities were compared with aerial photographs of the Tunguska crash site. They were surprisingly and stunningly similar, with the notable exception that the Tunguska site was tremendously larger by comparison. In addition, people living near the two bomb blasts in Japan exhibited identical symptoms to those from Tunguska. Many experts came to believe that the people who died of the strange illness near Tunguska did so as a result of radiation poisoning.
So they're going to play God. Now they're doing this in 1904. This is the planning. 1908 is when the explosion actually occurred. They miscalculated because the calculations were based on the sun coming up from the east that they used and setting in the west, but the planet had flipped before. When I went to School of Mines, you go outside the back door, or in geology class, you're measuring magnetic flows, you can see that we've done it. You know, that's a sea coast at one time, at 6,000 feet. Just to give you an idea how these things change. Anyway, the Germans kept this information pretty secret, except for, I have documents in 1938 that they were selling nuclear enriched uranium to the Japanese in 1938. At the end of World War II, we took out the nuclear submarine right out of the chute from the Germans. We were also, Hitler, have to understand, Hitler was being financed by Prescott Bush, or that was one of his deals we were going on. And the scientists were sharing a lot with us, and what did we start doing? We started doing above ground nuclear testing. So did the Soviets. So did the Chinese. And the extraterrestrials are very concerned about it because of what it's doing to all of us. There's a Dr. Gary Gibbs, a guy in New York, contacted me a few years ago. And Gary says, I've traced down the radiation, and radiation transfers by a process called mimetrics, or mimicking. If you get radiated, you eat a plant that's radiated, and you eat it, you're going to get it. Now, we don't want to tell you guys, but most of the herbs that you get right now that come into the United States are radiated. You don't kill any bugs or anything, you just radiate them. Because radiation, it works on a period or time of what it does. So what you do is get radiated. Now, I attended the Natural Foods Expo last year. I sat in on the meetings on the scientists as they're determining what I call the spin doctors on what you're considered labeling. Remember how we talked about human resources? Guess what the buzzword is now for radiating food? Cold pasteurization. Now, under the new rules, because you're all concerned about food and its quality of eating and everything, it's mandatory that all meat that is transported interstate goes through cold pasteurization. I.e., all hamburgers at McDonald's, all, you understand what I'm saying? So what is this doing to you? The process is increasing. It's like the food that, Gary wrote the book called The Food That Lasts Forever. It's in my catalog. And to give you some background, I suggest you check it out. It's even more scary than that. Then us idiots, again, I've got some videos, I don't have them in my catalog right now. You can see all the explosions we did in the higher atmospheres.
Once the Russians acquired the technology to explode thermonuclear weapons, they conducted numerous experiments and test detonations high in the atmosphere.
tightrope was the last atmospheric test ever conducted by the United States, and it was fired from Johnston Island in a Nike Hercules air defense missile and detonated again well above Johnston Island. And that ended this whole series of atmospheric testing by the United States, when in 1963 we entered the limited test ban treaty that prohibits any atmospheric testing.
I've got some videos, I don't have them in my catalog right now. You can see all the explosions we did in the higher atmospheres. Now, what has the atmosphere done? We have areas around the planet that protect us from gamma rays and ultraviolet, right? What do they call that? Ozone layer. However, radiation has cut holes through the ozone. It's not the CFCs down on the ground. It's the radiation we put up there. How many, are there any airline pilots here? Next time you get in an airplane, ask the pilot why he has a radiation detector. Everything above 36,000 feet, the pilots are starting to affect the gamma rays and ultraviolet are coming down. What's happening is that the radiation is coming down now, and we're killing off 1,000 life forms a day on the planet, including the largest oxygen producer on the planet, which is the plants in the ocean. What color do plants go when they die? Brown or black? And what happens when the sun hits something brown or black?
Warms up.
Heats up, and what's the oceans doing? What happened, did they just announce this last week up in the Arctic Circle? It's melting, first time in history, right? But remember, that's just the first thermal barrier. So when you have the ice melting, and we have tropical fish in Alaska. First time recorded a few months ago, what did we have? A hurricane in Brazil. That's an impossibility. Because the guys when we were talking about, oh, look, I sat in on meetings when we were talking about using neutron bombs on the major cities in the United States. Neutron would leave all the buildings intact and get rid of the expendable containers. Their plan was if they start the nuclear war in the northern hemisphere, they're going to be safe. Because in Pine Gap, Australia, they built a huge underground facility for 35,000 of the so-called elite. David Rockefeller's team. Interesting. Do you want to change? Because they think they're protected. 35,000 of them, like I say, my old governor buddy who had his ticket, he thinks he's going to be one of the ones over there. There's tremendous nepotism within the group. Aren't you going to take care of your family and everybody else and put your friends in office and all? It's just a natural thing that's going on. They're calling. Okay, let's go to the next step. Since we have that coming up, the oceans are heating up, we're losing off valuable things, which are part of the ecological channels, if you're going to look at such. And we're killing off 1,000 life forms a day, including the bees. You're familiar with all that, to provide us honey and do all the changing of that. This is throughout the planet. We have basically a third of the planet existing on less than $2 a day. Their plan is they got to escalate this program that we're talking about on Plan 2000 or population reduction. We have some other things that happen. These guys that created the Federal Reserve thing extended the Federal Reserve to several other countries that uses that as their base of money. That thing is that's going out of hand too, because a lot of other countries are now waking up and they say we won't take the dollar anymore. As you're probably aware of just what happened with Castro, actually 2 years ago, Castro quit it along with Hussein. Both of them did it agreeing the same day, but obviously we went and attacked Hussein for various reasons, which were contrived at the same point. It's all over oil again. That's the liquid gold supposedly they're going after. We have plenty of energy on this planet. It's the storage of the energy and easily do it. Now there's nanotechnology. Are anybody familiar with nanotechnology? There are companies now coming out with nanotechnology which converts water immediately. 1 second. I'm not going to give them. I'm only going to go for about 10 more minutes. Is that okay? Then we're going to go take a break. I know you guys want to hear me, but yeah, nanotechnology. Yeah, wait till she gets it. She wants to record it. And he's going to edit it. Maybe. Nanotechnology is it's efficient at about 10%, and we're at 8% right now. Nanotechnology takes hydrogen directly out of the air, and you can run your car on it. And immediately when you burn it, you come back with water vapor. So we have a conversion factor of it. That's nanotechnology. Magnetic energy, again, I'm going to show you guys in a little while a little magnetic motor, and you're free to go make them. I mean, $3 is what it cost me to make this one. And they use it basically a trickle charger, so you can build up and make sure you have battery storage. You want to have batteries, and then use an inverter so you can run your house. The next thing you want to look at is take a look at the same thing. If their plans are to reduce the United States down to 20 million, obviously big cities are not a good place. Now, I'm going to talk about economics a little bit more. I happen, since I run around with this group, I happen to have the accounting book for the New World Money System. Dollars out, period. It's going away. And I'll share this, so just so you know what the plans are. Greenspan has got orders to raise the discount rate by 4%. And he's going to ratchet it up, just so you know that's what's coming out. I'm giving you some advanced knowledge of what they got planned for you. The discount rate is only the rates that are traded between the bankers. We already have everybody out of work, regardless of what they tell you. We have all the foreign governments that don't want our money anymore. We have the dollar that's being devalued about 30% against the euro. And the euro is going to collapse too, just so you know. I have in my pocket the new World Bank card. It's a little card that says World Cash. It'll be activated by your thumbprint. Are you guys getting used to putting your thumbprint when you're cashing a check at the bank yet? Getting ready. Everything's set up. All the signs, the street signs all around the major ones that are going on the highways right now have markings in behind them, and that's to set up for where prisoner camps are being set up, where hospitals are going to be for when they call a national emergency, which is coming up. Now, I mentioned before that we're going to have a major earthquake in California. New York's going to go first. It's coming up any time now. There was five earthquakes that just occurred in Japan. If you go along the Ring of Fire, the whole plate system on the entire planet. What's happening up in Iceland? I spent 3 weeks in Iceland, guys. I walked through there all the way around. That's the big whole island that's just coming apart. They got a volcano that just went off up there. I'm up, of course, up in Washington, where we just had some of that going on. I'm not too concerned about the one that's happening right now. It's the other ones that are building up. They talk about Yellowstone getting ready to go and all the rest of it. I can just tell you there's a lot of things going to happen from the weather. However, winds are going to be 350 to 400 miles an hour on the surface of the planet. Now, not all over, so get that out of it. So you have to make some judgment calls on what you're going to do. I do know that in Mount Baldy, California, winds were 212 miles an hour, sustained for over a week. Both poles the same way. Now that's just the beginning. As the winds start changing and the air temperature changes from hot to cold, it's going to start escalating. Everything is going to start escalating. The earth changes according to the estimates I get from my extraterrestrials buddies, and by the way, they're here, is that next year is the beginning of what we call real earth changes are going to begin. Now, there are plans in motion to call a national emergency. You're all familiar with what's coming under FEMA. FEMA basically suspends the Constitution, whatever's left of it, because you don't have much of that. And what they're going to be doing, I was asked when I was in Las Vegas to build an enemy prisoner of war camp. That's exactly what it says. I said, enemy prisoner of war camp. It's in downtown Las Vegas. It's on the railroad tracks. If I brought a copy of it out at my table, it's in the book Chaos in America, which is in my catalog. You can actually see it and see exactly what it says. I gave it to my friend Ted Gunderson, former head of the FBI chief in Southern California, because he and I we had got involved with another case. You guys remember the big anthrax scare that happened in Las Vegas? God, I did that. Let me tell you what happened. I was very concerned because I have friends. Are you familiar with the triple cocktail that the Russians had developed? This is anthrax, bubonic plague, and smallpox all mixed together, which will be set up. Larry Harris, which is out here in Ohio, gave me some data, and I said, I'm very concerned. And so I said, but I have a friend of mine, I think we can have a way to cure this thing, to get rid of it before it happens. And he said, well, there's obviously one cure, and if everybody would have some tetracycline on hand. Are you familiar with that? You know how you can get it without a prescription? You go to your pet food store. Your dogs, they all get it. You don't need a prescription. Just say, I got a whole bottle, 500 pills for $100. But anyway, to just give you an idea, you don't want to take it because it burns you up. But if you knew that it was out there, it'll arrest it temporarily. Well, we were looking at using this, remember this Royal Rife treatment I was telling you? This is frequency medicine. We have found out that most cancers are viruses, and it's not the virus, it's the excrement that it gives out, constans that goes out. And when it comes to women, if they're going out, I suggest not to get a mammogram. Mammograms cause cancer. I have a good friend of mine who works on that, and he says, guys, what you want to do is have the women throw away their bras and massage them. So the women will like it, but that'll keep it. So what happens is the halter keeps the lymph tissues and the lymph from flowing around the body, and it builds up and causes a cancer. Does it make any sense to you? Anyway, there's a lot of stuff that's going on out here because we got to kill us all off. That's the whole idea. Make money while we're doing it. So what we're doing is the same thing. We have all the foods. We have everything that's being attacked to us right now, and nutrition is critical. Every one of you should get enzymes in your body. When you're over 25, you lost almost all your enzymes, your production. And every time you cook food over 114 degrees, I believe, the enzymes go away. If you have stress, enzymes break in. And so you're using it up, and what disease is, or disease, is basically what we're creating on ourselves, and we're going to be distressed and diseased in the future. If you get a lot of enzymes, you can probably get your body back to correct some of the deficiencies you think you have. And there's a lot of books on this that are coming out right now. And a lot of changes because of what we are, really. Remember that little picture? Pardon?
When you brush your teeth with
fluoride,
the chemicals in it.
Well, I'll make it even worse. I'll make it even worse than that. Remember you guys all the kids get soda pop, right? And a typical can of soda pop, we make sure that you guys are stupid. So what you do is they put in so much sugar in it so you don't know how much it is. I'm going to give you a little clue. See my fingers? I got 5, right? That's 5 grams is in every teaspoon of sugar. 5 grams. Did you know how many grams are in a typical can of Coke? 40. What's that mean? 8 teaspoons of sugar is carcinogenic and addictive. Now, I'll make it even more fun. So we don't want to have carcinogenic or addictive. What we want to do is make you sick without you knowing it. Would you mind standing up? Can we talk? Yeah, come on up here.
Sure.
I want to show him something. This is kind of weird.
I know what you're going to do.
You do?
No, I don't.
No, I don't. He doesn't know. We don't know anything about it. I want you to look at everybody out here. I want you to hold this one arm out. And I'm going to push down on it. I want you to hold it up. Ready? He's pushing down. It's pretty good, strong. Okay, now I'm going to put this in, I don't want you to look at it. Put this in your hand. Hold it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you got it?
Got it. Yeah.
Now what does he have in his hand?
Sugar. Aspartame. Compliment to Donald Rumsfeld.
Donald Rumsfeld.
Donald Rumsfeld.
You got $50 million for you.
Aspartame.
Equal and aspartame. All your diet sodas. Diet sodas shut down the blood barrier. They cause it so you quit thinking. Kids that take a typical 4 cans a day by the end of the school year can't even remember their neighbor's name, and he didn't even know it. You don't know what it's doing to you. It's like, I have a book, it's on the front page of my catalog. There's another one that we have in my catalog. I suggest everybody get it. Your body doesn't lie. Have you seen this book or heard about it? It's a really expensive book. I think it's $6. John Diamond. John Diamond had been working for a long time, determining that on the soul level, your soul knows everything. And what happened is we've condensed ourselves down so we don't even think. And what's happening is, if you read this book, you can find out everything you want to know about what food you want to take and everything else. And at that point, I want us all to quit right now and go downstairs and have some food to eat temporarily, and then we'll come back and continue. Is that okay? You know, but they limited me. What we're going to have to do is have to come back again sometime if you guys really want me to.
Absolutely.
And next time we'll make it a 4-hour. Usually my lectures last about 4 hours, and I'll do a workshop the next day, which is a little easier to take care of things. But because of my schedule this time, it was just a little impossible. Because of our time sequence, we have to get out of here at a certain time, or approximately, más o menos. Approximately 11 seconds.
Time is only an illusion.
Yeah, time. Everything is an illusion. Remember when we just talked about it? You're an illusion, you're a hologram. Now, some people said I better stand clear up here because they want to see me. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, I'll do that. Because of the timing that we are squared away with this time, like I say, if you all want me to come back again sometime, I'll be glad to come back. You just have to arrange it with your group. I'm really here to have you guys get the handbook, Embracing the Rainbow and Becoming. And what I want you to do is get together with the groups that are already meeting. And by the way, they're meeting all over the planet right now. I've never seen anything, like even in Tibet.
Wow.
I was totally blown away. 20 sets went to Tibet. And they're in Russia. First time I ever got a Western Union for money out of Russia.
Nobody gets money out of Russia.
I did.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Well, there's money over there. I'll give you, this is a besides the point thing. You guys know what city has more billionaires than any other city in the whole world? Moscow. Did you know that? No. Everything's an illusion that you hear. It's all out here. What they had it's all over the old wealth, obviously, and Russia is extremely wealthy with all kinds of things. The problem is that their climate, if you look at it, it's like the Canadian area and above. My son spent a lot of time in the secret city on their nuclear technology, and we were discussing that. But right now, I think for the balance of the time, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to try to give you guys a direction to go in the days ahead. Because the extraterrestrials told me a long time ago, when I started publishing all the bad things about what's going on the planet, their answer to me says, what good has that done? And I'm seriously. One of the things is you have to be aware of it. Don't put your head in the sand and say it's not going to affect you, because it's affecting all of us. Me too. All of us are together. And I love you all, seriously, because you're all together. We're all together. I want you to all consider it's all a big bubble. And we're all bubbling together at this minute. And I'll tell you how fantastic it works. Hold on one second. I'm going to do something. I want all of you to put your hands up. Just like this. Face them towards me. And what I'm going to do is I have an ability to call on the energies to go through me, so each one of you feel part of me. All of you. The entire room. Do you feel it in the back? Small tingles. A little warmth. Do you feel that? We are all one. Let me give you some, that's okay, I'm going to cut it down now. It means what I do is affecting everything that you're doing. Everything that you do is affecting somebody else someplace else. And the 4 rules that are spelled out in the handbook are the way you're supposed to live the rest of your life. In other words, if you take the first law, which is the law of attraction, what you put out, you're going to get back. You have to look at thought. Remember in the Bible, whichever version you had in John 1, where it says, in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was, you remember that? Yeah. Let's change one word. Is it okay? Mm-hmm. In the beginning it was thought. Aren't words thought out loud? When you pray, aren't you putting out thought? When you meditate, aren't you hoping to receive thought? Who I'm involved in, who actually is the author of these books, people have asked me, is at the thought at the creational level of not only of this universe, but others. We are so out of balance of this planet. I feel humbled that I've been given the job to act as the publisher for the extraterrestrials at the conscious level to awaken those that will awaken, and every one of you have thought. Every one of you can manifest. It's a question of awakening to the knowledge to do that. Remember when Christ made 1,000 loaves out of bread? What did he do? He took a dozen, he visualized, and he created them by calling on the creation, just like I just got you doing with you guys, putting forth the energy to know that you have it. I'm able to balance energies. I've learned how to do that, so if somebody is sick or something, I learned how to do that. I can usually bring you back. The problem is, how did you cause it in the first place? And most things will go back to where you started. So I may give you an instantaneous relief or something else, or headaches or whatever you're talking about, just by using the energies, and I don't touch you. I just use my energies to balance you. The problem is the staying in balance in the first place, because that's what's going on. We have to find out, remember that little book I showed you a while ago, Your Body Knows Best? Because you can find out what is necessary to cure yourself naturally. You can know what's necessary to make the decisions that you need to do in the days ahead, and we need all the help we can do and have. The next thing I want to talk about is, obviously, where do you want to live? And I'm not a traffic cop, so I can't tell you. You get together with your groups, you want to start figuring out the logical progression of where, there's no place that's going to be safe on the planet. I mean, some places are going to be safer than others. I was kind of directed, I had about 4 or 5 places where I could have went. I just decided where I wanted to go, which was in Idaho, and I don't want you all to show up in Idaho, but the thing that happened is that the most valuable mineral on the planet is water. Water is an interesting situation. Do you realize that water, as we drink it, and we've had some people in here talking about using thought and crystallizing water. But if you take water and freeze it, it expands and it'll break a bottle, right? But if I heat it up, it also expands and breaks in the bottle. It's still the same water. Where are we getting all this energy? I'm just telling you, we have a lot of things. The most, people have heard of Germain. Germain supposedly be the alchemist who's given us information on frequency and condensing. You know the best alchemist that we have running around the streets right now? Common cow. Common cow goes out, eats green grass, right? And gives white milk loaded with calcium. Where do they get the calcium? There's none in the grass. These are just some things to look at. People in here, have you heard of colloidal silver?
Yes.
I have a real problem with colloidal silver. I'm going to give you a real quick chemistry lesson. Colloidal silver is basically silver that's in a solution that is used to basically cut down bacteria, etc. But when you have colloidal silver, you put it on a wound or something, and it'll cure a lot of things. Back during World War I and World War II, when a soldier got shot, they would put a silver coin over it, and the body would create a level and it'd heal it up. A friend of mine, doctor down in South Carolina, started developing, he's world famous over here for orthopedic surgery, taking off people's legs and everything else because of all the things happening. And he found out that if he took silver and put it into a bandage and wrapped around the bandage, that the body would become whole again and he didn't have to cut it off. It's called silver-on bandages. They are available. Right now, I used to have them available to show you, but the FDA stepped in and said a bandage has to be prescribed by a doctor. But it is available. Now, let me tell you what my problem is with colloidal silver from a chemistry standpoint. Colloidal silver is pure solution silver, and I've done tests on it. And if you put it into the water, it starts breaking down about 20% a day. So that means you better, in other words, it's losing its being in suspension for that period. If I drink this colloidal silver, what's the first thing that happens? It obviously hits your mouth, which is okay, but it gets your stomach. What acid is in your stomach? Hydrochloric acid, right? Well, chemistry-wise, if I take HCl and add that to Ag, which is a chemical formula for silver, it immediately converts to AgCl, silver chloride, which is a base, which means it's not going anywhere. So we've lost all of the momentum on it. That's what I'm telling you. However, what you think happens. So what we come back to is, since everything is a product of the thought, let's do it that way. Okay, the next thing we want to discuss is the monetary situation. The New World Order's money situation is this. There's going to be two types of money. One of them is the plastic card, like I showed some of you people out there already. It's right here. It says convenient, secure, global cash. I was with the president of the company. He was flying down to Dallas when we were discussing this. They just printed 500 million of them. That's extras. They're doing them all over the globe, by the way. They're getting this thing set up for, it says global cash. It doesn't say dollars, it says cash. What they're going to be doing is, if you have the illusion of cash in the bank, it's gone. If you think you have real estate, you don't own it either. All real estate in the United States is held by what we call the regular title policy, and it all subject to taxes paying to the state. If you don't pay taxes to the state, the state will take your property and sell it to somebody else. So indirectly, what you have is constructive right to use the airspace, subject to keeping it up and paying the taxes, right? So you're doing this for the government, which is who? It's not all of us like it used to be. It's a small group of people that are telling you what you're doing. So real estate, and even though I was a big developer, I've gotten rid of all my real estate that I have in the world, except for I still own a couple of pieces of property in Costa Rica. And I'm almost entirely in gold and silver and not stocks. Now let's talk about stocks for a minute. I was a financial principal and an underwriter of stocks. That's the biggest con game going on the planet right now. The stock market is nothing more than a bunch of people playing with a bunches of pieces of paper out here, a big monopoly game with nothing behind it. The stockbrokers make a business of trying to convince you to buy this stock that's going to go up, but who? They don't own the stock. They get a commission every time they sell it. But who do they buy the stock from? Some other stockbroker. And or a mutual fund. Mutual funds are nothing more than another stock that owns a bunch of stocks. It has no voting rights. A mutual fund has a custodian bank as holding the money, and we have a mutual fund manager that manages supposedly portfolio of stocks. Okay? I'm going to give you some understanding here. The average age of a mutual fund manager is about age 30. There are more mutual funds than there are stocks on the stock exchange. Mutual fund manager only gets his bonuses by what? Getting together with meetings behind somebody else and convincing you this is the latest thing to go. The problem is that most companies, there's a few exceptions, don't pay out dividends, don't pay anything because they don't have to. The companies themselves have the ability themselves to keep all the money once we've issued the stock, and I'm an underwriter. As once I've issued the stock to the public, and I got all my rest of my brokers to share in it, we gave you what we call an IPO, and basically initial public offering, then you are hoping it's going to run up. It's kind of like what they just got you doing to a couple stocks on the, yeah. At any rate, what we're looking at is all you're doing is trading between each other, guys. Your odds are better off in Vegas. It really is true. Now, the situation is this piece of paper represents absolutely nothing other than maybe an undivided interest in 1/1000th of whatever's left, but you don't even know what the accounting rules are. Are you familiar with the term GSE? That's government-sponsored enterprises. Government-sponsored enterprise. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac are not government agencies. They were sponsored originally in order to provide money for the housing. Remember? They hold right now approximately a little over $6 trillion of mortgages. They have no assets. Their asset base that they're using on their deal are derivatives. For all of you, are there any accountants here in this room? If there was, I'd like them to give me a definition of how they can determine the value of a derivative. A derivative it's an arbitrary figure. They just arbitrarily created it out of thin air, and how they get to it is, let's give you an illustration. I showed some of you people that I have a piece of gold in my pocket. Well, here's a piece of silver. Okay, I actually have physical silver in my pocket. If I agreed to sell this silver to you in December at $8, and I still held it, what you have is a derivative. You don't own the silver, but you have a right to buy. Now, what if you sold that derivative to this other guy over here for $10? In other words, your right to buy mine, you sold it to somebody else. What do we have? The backing of the major banks in New York right now, $100 trillion worth are derivatives. What we have is a huge Ponzi game that is planned to collapse. So if you have any money, get it out of the market, and the timing was yesterday. We're run out of time. Get gold and silver. I don't care where you get it. Go on the internet, look around. I mean, I get it for some of my friends if they wanted to. You want to get what you can have is easily identified. Forget about what we call numismatics. Numismatics were collector's pieces that they didn't take care of the last time. Now, in the accounting book, I was concerned about that. So when I looked up the accounting, the New World, by the way, it's called Systems of National Accounting. You can get a copy yourself. It's $100 and you get it from the World Bank. It's about this thick, and it's about a telephone book. Most people wouldn't understand it, and I was only interested in 4 pages. A, the definition of money, and the definition of gold. And the definition of gold, as I said, was commodity gold and monetized gold. Gold that is held in your pocket, that's in the ground or anything else, is called commodity gold. It really doesn't have a value. Monetized gold is only gold held by the central bank, whatever is going to be left, or under their direct control. So if you and I have gold, and by the way, it's really getting hard for me to get it. I just tried to pick up 100 pieces from a friend of mine the other day. I got them, but it took me like 4 days. I'm buying maple leaves because I'm trying to get you gold as close as we can to spot. Every day they trade it. You mentioned a few minutes ago about the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds were interesting because the Rothschilds were the biggest traders in gold in London for the last 40 years. They don't want it, so they shut down their gold trading. Within a week, our great illustrious leader over in England, not his, over there, said they were going to have a referendum on changing their currency now to the euro. Euro is partially backed by gold. Right now, you got Putin that told Bush no more dollars for the oil. Basically, that's what they're doing. They're selling their oil right now for gold or Malaysian currency. Malaysians are putting together gold at this minute. Historically, that's what it's going to do. The most valuable thing that's going to be in the future, not necessarily food. In 3 days, people will steal for food. In a week, they'll kill for it. When I was at the Population Institute on this last, 3 days ago, I'm sitting there looking at pictures of little kids over in Africa. They're actually out picking up ants for their food. Little baby ants. I don't know if you've seen these or not. I mean, I'm sitting here looking, they don't have any food. There's nothing left of these things. And yet we're looking, and I have a doctor friend that was very concerned about this stuff, and he said, look, I can help because we mine 90% of the fish in the ocean. Did you know that? Mining means we processed almost all the edible fish that are there today. And this doctor friend of mine said, that's a concern to me. How do we help these people in Africa? So he got a $100,000 grant from the World Health Organization on working on DNA. That's to change the fish so it would be edible. Man, that's a good plan, wasn't it? Part of this program was that he had to share the technology with the doctors at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Fort Detrick, Maryland said, aha, we have some new information now, so we're going to create this new thing for this population control stuff. And so there's where they created a new virus that we all commonly call AIDS. Nobody dies of AIDS, never have. What you do is you die of opportunistic infections because the AIDS shuts down your immune system. What you need to do is learn nutrition, because nutrition is what keeps your body going. So that's real critical. I want you to start thinking about as many natural foods as you can, the organic grown if you can. Most of the other foods, and organic's kind of a misnomer. Even though they claim organic, it's not necessarily true. And in California, they have a real big deal. You notice when you go to the grocery store, they have a big deal about carrots. Don't you buy the carrots coming in from California? Carrots are planted between the crops of cotton. Did you know that? It's in between to bring the soil back, and what to do, the carrots take all the junk and stuff we sprayed on the cotton plants and absorbed it back into it. So when you're making your carrot juice, what are you getting?
Poison.
You're getting poison whether you know it or not, and it's very slowly. I'm just telling you that. An educational bet that you want to look at is food and nutrition is very critical. Start looking at all the alternative. There's a lot of my doctor friends are getting out of the doctor friend business because of all of basically the HMOs and the insurance companies, which really control the medical industry and the pharmaceutical companies. They're all manipulated the same. They're all run by the same house of cards that are sitting down here and using you as basically experiments. And I'll tell you how bad the experiment is. World War II, which is a ways back, the doctor that was in charge of doing all the experiments on how to kill people in Manchuria up in China, he was a Japanese soldier. Remember, the Japanese were taking our prisoners. They take them up and they were injecting them with everything they could to figure out what to do. At the end of World War II, we gave him citizenship, and he's in charge at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Pretty heavy? So what we have is a stacked deck no matter which one. But if you're smart and you're one of those guys, aren't you going to hire the best talent to run anything? That's the same thing with them. So they want you to get the best education. They're going to call you out. You can't even get your kid into high or college right now because of the grade score. Everybody's going at it. And right now, remember what I told you? You were a human resource. If you were an engineer today and you were looking at the bottom line, where would you get the best trained engineers for the lowest cost in the world? India and China. So what does that do to the Americans? We basically got rid of everything here, guys. The United States is on the way out and very fast right now. So my critical thing is, I want you guys to consider, and just consider what I'm saying. Research what I'm telling you, is get rid of your real estate. It's a burden on you. You think you own the house, it owns you. Things will become a very big burden in the days ahead because you're not going to take anything with you. And you're not even real. Remember? You're an illusion. You're a hologram of condensed. Remember that picture of the spacecraft coming down? Now, I used him as an experiment a little while ago, didn't I? And we just showed what happened on that. Let me show them things that are even worse. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
He's a real good kid. Now, come on up. I just want to show you this. We're going to do the same little deal I had. Stand up. I'm just going to prove that he's a hologram. Hold your arm out. Now, I'm going to push down on this hologram, right? Okay. I'm pushing down, he's holding it up. Now, what I'm going to do now is cut the outer energy lines by doing this, which I just did. Now watch. Did you see that? So what I'm telling you is you are a hologram of condensed light. You can only visually see what's going on. How many of you in here have seen the new movie, What the Flow?
With the bleed?
Yeah, What the Bleed. From a scientific standpoint, when you come down to the smallest particles, you'll look at it, and it's in the movie. It appears that the smallest particles is a series of protons and neutrons that are spinning so fast they appear to be solid. So what happens is you appear to be solid. The truth is I was easily manipulating you without touching you. And I do the same thing when I was talking about doing energy work. I pull the energy around your body. I have the ability to feel the energy and see what's going on within your body. Since you're all being held together and you didn't know you were just an illusion, inside of us is a spirit. The trouble is we don't awaken to that spirit within. I want all of you to try to awaken to be in constant communion with Spirit. The lessons are in the handbook, Embracing Rainbow and Becoming. I suggest you all get in there, and everything you do from now on, what I do, is for the highest and best good for mankind. It's not for how much I can put in my pocket. It's how much we can do to have a segment of the reality that's going to be left on this planet. I'm going to read you the final message that I got. I mean, it's not the final one I got, but I'm going to read you a message I got from the extraterrestrials. And this is, remember everything. Somebody asked me something about, well, I did this 20 years ago. Guys, it's okay to look back. Don't stare. Only thing that's existing is right now. And what we're going to create in the future. Is that okay? That's all we're going to do. And it's all done by what? Thought. In connection with the creation. In order to sustain an extension of the creation. Otherwise, we're going to cease to exist as we know it. Let me get this little message for you.
It's your plane ticket.
Plane tickets.
Now my 2 extra tickets.
Right.
I got 3 tickets to come down here today because my plane was a little mechanical problems. And so to make sure I was coming here, I got the next 2 flights booked. And I got the tickets to prove it.
It's parallel.
What I want to do is I'm going to read this to you. And then when I get through reading this, then I'm going to open it up for a little while for questions on any subject, because I went over a lot of it, and like I say, we run out of time too quick. And it's too important, so you probably want me back, and when we can reschedule, we have a lot more time without an ending of the story. Is that all right? This is the last message that I got that makes any sense. In the days to be experienced by humanity as time winds down, it is necessary that those of you who are now in the know, so to speak, that's you guys, begin to focus on what might be called holding the pole, holding the fort. As the chaos increases, it is important that there be those that keep their focus and balance as the meltdown begins in earnest. In other words, all of you are going to have to sit back and say, hey, this is a big play. Though it appears that all is lost, it's the steadfastness of the few that will determine just how much chaos and suffering will be experienced. While it seems that little use in doing this, I can assure you that it's critical that those who can do it. Inasmuch as there are now many of you who now know what is happening and also understand that the extent of the chaos will reach extreme proportions. As the general population of this country finally get the picture, it's an imperative that we have this service rendered. In other words, it's going to be hard for you to stay in an observer role. That's part of the plan, part of the lessons you're going to learn. Exactly what does it mean? It means that these people must hold a vision of a connection to the Creator. It's not even necessary that they know that a plan or affirm an absolute knowingness that a plan exists, but I assure you that it does. No matter how difficult the circumstance, the plan of Creator will come into being. It probably will not happen in ways that were previously conceived by those working on it through these many generations, but it positively will happen. While time in the third dimension continues to pass day by day, in dimensions where there is no time, think about that, no time, only clarity of experience. It's difficult for those on each side of these diametrically different views to communicate. Remember what I told you, that we have all this radiation by all kinds of ELF and everything else? To keep you from being in contact yourselves. I want everybody in here to be in contact like I am. Is that okay? Ask. The little prayer. Remember, I'm a human becoming. Help me become. Gives them permission to communicate with all of you. We'll go back to this thing. Each tries to estimate the possibilities the other is considering and experiencing. In other words, both sides are trying to figure out. Like when I go with the CIA, they keep me alive. They want to know what's going on the other side. This muddies the picture on both sides. The greater problem is the fact that those who oppose the Creator's plan are extremely well organized on the time-oriented side, while the organization of the Creator's plan is on the other side of the timeline. Meanwhile, the masses of humanity are lacking any organization. We're not, are we? Aren't we getting organized with the handbook and the paradigm groups? We're working on it. Meanwhile, again, are currently mesmerized and in declining mental and physical condition. Because that's what you're doing. You're getting bombarded by everything and food and the whole works. To say the least, this creates what appears to be a lopsided picture. The balancing feature is the fact that humanity is both consciously and unconsciously asking for help. The help that's available does not appear in a tangible way that humanity as a whole can recognize, and yet it is definitely present and available. In other words, the energies that I just got you demonstrating to you, obviously I'm putting them out there, they're available. Creation wants you to have all. Creation doesn't want to set down to destroy something. This is a huge manifestation on planet Earth of the creation contemplating what it is, and you're an extension of that creation. We're all connected. Humanity wants to know the exact time they were going to be rescued. Impossible dream. I made an exception, and this isn't on here, I'm going to share something with you. When I was in Australia, in the outback, I was out in the middle, I was with a few of my other friends, and we were out in the middle of nowhere. If you've been to the outback, that's exactly what it is. Out of nowhere came an Aborigine. He came up to me and he said, "What are you doing down here?" And I said, I was curious what the outback was about. And he says, "Are you sure?" He says, "Are you a missionary?" And I said, "Nope, not." He says, "Oh, good." And he says, he turned around and he says, "Look up there." And I said, "Look where?" And the sun was going. He said, "See that?" He says, "That's my God." He says, "I can live without your God. You can't live without mine." The Aborigines are the remnants of the last time around that we've gone through this cycle. They have asked for it and been given permission not to reincarnate at this time. Because this effort that we're going to go through right now is not part of their journey. So they're no longer having children, and they're not going to reincarnate on this planet. But check it out. Interesting, huh? The other thing, a lot of extraterrestrial people will say, "We're in contact with ETs, they're going to lift us off." The extraterrestrials say, "Now think about that. Remember, the universe is logical. We would trash another planet in half the time." We really would. Less time, yeah. It says, "Many estimates have been supposedly received through psychic receiver more by personal desire than actual heavenly estimates. In this reality, it's a matter of sequential events that must take place, rather like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. that first must fit before certain other events can then take place. Frustratingly for those focused on this situation from the no time side, many of these jigsaw pieces must be put in place by those humans now who are more handicapped than ever, thus slowing down the timeline. Too many people that I talk to choose to go back to sleep. Responsibility, everybody understand the word responsibility? It's two words. Responsibility and the ability to respond. Once I awaken you up, now you got the responsibility to carry the torch or spin on the information. Because what we need to do is spread this like fire all over the planet to change the ending of the story that's been written for us. And that's what I'm here for, is to try to give you the knowledge enough so you can get an idea of what the bad guys are doing, but also the impetus so you get up and change the ending of the story. That's what it's all about. Thus, the message of encouragement to those who are aware and capable of understanding the nature of their assignment is to hold the pole. Again, hold the fort. That's all I want you to do. Get knowledgeable. They must know that there's a plan and they're very much part of this plan, even though their part appears to be doing nothing. That's going to be hard. Ego says, I'm doing something. In fact, it's important that they appear to be doing nothing as to not to draw undue attention to yourselves. So when you get the handbook, it says get together with groups of 3, 7, 11. It gives you all the instructions. That's to keep, and then spin off and keep doing it. Now I have some friends, well you probably saw it, that have group meetings of 100 or more, and some of you do it. And I don't have any problem with all of that, but ask guidance within your groups. because I'm not sitting here, these are all suggestions to us. What's the wild card in the universe? Free will. You have the ability to say, hey, George, I don't believe anything. I want you all to go check out what I have to say. I want you to discern it. I don't even care if you don't believe it. I showed you enough information to make, at least ponder some of it may be correct, right? And nothing to gain other than the planet. I wouldn't be doing this unless I figured, frankly, if I don't do it, we don't have a planet left. That's how much responsibility I feel. I feel like Johnny Appleseed. I'm planting seeds all over the crazy world right now. I'm just hoping they're going to start germinating. But I know and I'm recognizing they probably won't germinate until the chaos starts in earnest. Because people will prefer to go back to sleep. And you're going to find that out. They won't listen to you. A lot of people won't be able to read this book. Some of you have read it once and say, I don't understand this. And then all of a sudden, the second time, everything becomes crystal clear. Remember the FedEx sign? Once you are awakened to what's going on, the programming that will happen to you in the creation, because you are an extension of the creation, we are going to change the ending of the story. Is that okay? Yeah. Can I have all your support? I'll give you this, it's kind of the personal, at the end of it says, those who are actively on the forefront know and understand their roles. That's kind of like I think of you. It is those who are quietly to do their part that need the most encouragement. It is important that each focus know their task and ask for guidance, provision, and protection daily. I want all of you to do that. That's what you want to, and make yourself, it's not riches, abundance. In other words, the food and necessary things that you have to maintain yourself in the days ahead for you and your family, because that's very critical. Life begins at conception. You actually pick your parents. Life, from a physical standpoint, from a very scientific standpoint, if thought was going out here, and I'm just going to give you a real quick lesson in mechanics of thought. If I put out a +1, don't you think I'm putting out an energy? Don't we have to have an equal and opposite? A -1. If I double the thought, +2, -2, and so on, we really have the periodic table of elements. So everything I thought I learned at mines and chemistry and all the rest of it about the atomic theory is not true. What it is light vibrating at different patterns. And there are books available, in fact in our catalog we have one, it's called Secrets of Light, and it was done by Germain through the Walter Russell Group down in the University of Science in Swananoa, Virginia. They've given us a lot of answers and we have to look at it, and we want to definitively look at it. Again, I don't know if it's going to make any difference. Time's running out. There's abundant groups of people that are working on energy devices like I showed you, the little free motor that sit in my pocket, and other things that are happening. So those who will come together of like minds will be given the technology. Once we come into balance, we can then, working with the creation, clean up this planet. And the extraterrestrials said that they would be glad to come down and help clean up the planet once we come into balance. Are we in balance on this planet?
No.
It's not going to happen tomorrow. I am concerned because the bad guys, and my information from the extraterrestrials that say things are getting critical right now and beginning this next year. So get yourself prepared for next year. And I'll be glad to come back again sometime next year. If we can do it.
When we can do it.
Well, the problem is that I'm getting information from guys that travel will not be very safe here after the next few months. And I don't know exactly when. I've been given notification that to go get a passport right now. The guys in Washington are talking about taking passports away from people and giving you maybe a 2-year or a 3-year lease. So if you can, go renew your passports. They're good for 10 years. You can even take an old one and renew it. Where you're going to go, I don't know. The agreements they're making right now in Canada are very horrendous. We basically put out everybody. All of our kids are gone to, fighting a no-good war someplace, all over money. And so what's happening is a lot of them. Did you know the day before the election, just to give you some illustrations of what's going on, this was in the papers. The day before the election in Canada, there was 13,000 applications for immigration to Canada. Did you know that? How many was the day after? 130,000. Everybody's looking to go someplace else. One of my good friends, an astronaut, Apollo astronaut, I just gave him a bunch of gold and he head off to Ecuador. Brian O'Leary. Interesting? Again, I always thought Costa Rica was going to be good. Frankly, Costa Rica is very expensive. I'm kind of in because my friends down there were the government leaders. Costa Rica is all CIA, just so you know. It just, as most of the countries are. There are other places, but there are safe places here in the United States. So that's you're going to have to consider. Each one of you are going to have to think about what you're going to do. I would suggest getting food stored up. I would suggest getting water, purifiers. I would suggest getting any kind of grains that you can have to keep around, even the ones that you sit down and grow. You can figure out. There's a little book that I have in our catalog, and it's called Patriots. A guy in Idaho put that thing together. He has done a marvelous job of putting everything you needed to go together to have yourself in a survival mode in order to continue on. It's not outlandish, but it's information in the catalog. And you all have catalogs that are out there on the desk, so you can have one. Or give us a call. I am available. I'm actually available. I answer the phone a lot of times at my office. I have other people that do it. But because when I come into town, I'm enjoying talking to you because you all have individual questions and answers at that. Okay, at this minute, let me open it up for any general questions, and I'll try to be very specific and give you some quick answers while we have a chance. Yes?
Where do we put our money if it's not in the bank?
The question is, where do you put your money if not in the bank? Other than gold and silver. Well, first of all, dollars are going to go away. I suggest you have some dollars. I maintain some. I have them hidden. I just carry the cash. I don't want to have any access. I'll shut the banks down. One of the banks that I know is going to be a surviving bank is a Rothschild bank. And which one's that?
Chase.
No,
that's Rockefeller.
Bank of Nova Scotia, Scotia Bank. It also happens to be a gold dealer. If you have a lot of money, there's a way to, I'll talk off the record and tell you how to do that. But there's some way, I know what their game is, so I know how I can protect you. You also want to make yourself basically a pauper if you can. If you got all kinds of money, I can tell you how you can put the money out and have it hidden and have 100% control of the money. No trust, no none of that out. But you have access to it, which will be available to you in the days ahead.
In this country?
In this country. There's only one place left to do that. But under the new Patriot Act, all money that is put offshore, all money put offshore in any capacity, whether it's a trust, corporation, or any capacity there, must be reported back to the U.S. government. All foreign institutions, all banks, everywhere, if they have a deposit and an American's on the name, they have to report it back to the U.S. Treasury. If you do not report it, they consider it either drug-related or terrorist-related, and they're taking the money. I have a friend of mine that put up several $1 million in Switzerland several years ago, 20 years ago. And he just had $450,000 wired back at Chemical Bank, and the State Department stopped the money. Now this was 20 years ago money. They demanded that he show where he got the money from 20 years ago, or they were going to confiscate it. We worked it out. I got the money taken care of through the way I've done it, so he has the money today. But you're going to have to learn to be very smart in the days ahead in order to do that. The key is, and you take the lessons that they do. The lesson, when I was in Washington, I was over on Washington Street, just so you know, that's where the Population Institute of the World, they keep track of everything. Remember, I have a little flyer outside, take one with you and give you some of the books. I want you to get the book State of the World, the new one, 2005. You can buy it from them. I'm going to put it in my catalog, but it's not out for another month. It will tell you the condition of everything that's going on the planet. So you can at least have a guide, but nothing what I'm talking about. Then the next thing you want to consider is, if that is, how do I get the money so I have control of it? I'll give you a little secret. You create a new individual. How do you create a new individual? A corporation, by definition, is a new individual. Now, I want to create an individual where I don't have to report to the government. Where can I do that? Only one state left. Nevada. You create a corporation in the state of Nevada which has no income tax. All money is held in the hands of this corporation. Only needs one officer. You are it. You have that bank open up a bank account in the Bank of Nova Scotia. All money goes in there. You don't care what the hell happens to ours. However, if it's in dollar denominations, you may not have anything. Then my deal is have the Bank of Nova Scotia, and I'm going to give you what I figured out. Have the Bank of Nova Scotia buy $100,000 of the gold, borrow against the gold. They have the asset. They've already monetized it, right? Then you can do whatever you want to with it. These are the things, the tricks of the trade that you can play with. Remember, all the crooks, and that's where they do all their stuff, is in Nevada anyway. Nevada is divided up into two sections. The southern part of Nevada is controlled by the mafia out of Florida. The northern section is controlled by the mafia out of New York. Reno. Did you know that?
Good business.
It's all an intersection. When you go down there and see Steve Wynn's new castle up there, Steve Wynn's not in the mafia. His wife happens to be the daughter of the head of the mafia. Does that fit together the pieces for you?
Yeah.
Everything is manipulated in every state down to Schwarzenegger in California. Do you think Schwarzenegger in California is any different off? California, we know, is going into the ocean. I mean, I saw pictures of San Francisco totally destroyed. I own a shopping center in Robertson, that's in Beverly Hills in California. Remember that big one happened? Whole I-10 collapsed and everything else. I got rid of that too. I mean, everything, even Beverly Hills, every other building is for rent. The economy is really starting to collapse in a lot of different directions. Gasoline and oil, we don't have enough supply. Expect gasoline to be $3 a gallon within the next couple of months. Now, what it does, at $2 a gallon, and this is a survey that was done by our friends at Walmart, they determined it took $130 a month out of the typical spending plan of a family to buying goods. At $2. At $3, in California right now, I was just at Beverly Hills, well, I'm in LAX. Gasoline is $2.95 a gallon at the airport. Yeah. At the airport. You can get away from it and get it down to $2.50. But I'm just giving you an idea of what's happening on it. And people out there are already going down to single cars, and they're joint with their families to go to places and start looking at it. Cars are going to be almost a detriment for you. Transportation and getting things, that's what I'm saying, start getting things prepared. Preparation is key, yes?
Could you speak briefly about 911? I mean, and what you see for the foreseeable future of another event like this?
Before I came here tonight, I was talking to people. Did anybody see my videos outside the one that I had on 9/11? They're $10 a piece. For an hour and a half, you get to see exactly how they were taken down. However, I just got this when I was in Washington. Anybody remember a guy by the name of Dole? Robert Dole? You do remember him? Did you know his chief of staff by the name of Stanley Hilton?
Yeah.
Stanley Hilton was his chief of staff, and he come forth and he has direct connections now to Cheney was given orders to take the building down.
Hilton? The
Stanley Hilton.
He's the guy's got an $8 billion lawsuit against
Stanley.
Stanley.
Well, whatever. He was his chief of staff. Well, he got the same one? I'm not sure.
Yeah, same one. He's a lawyer.
Well, he's got the documents to show that the Cheney and all. Let me tell you what the problem is, because I run around with these guys. When we were planning on reducing the world's population, I mean, I sat in on these meetings. There was like a dozen of us. I would leave with maybe 5 of the other people, and we'd go into the room, and they would be talking about getting rid of some of the ones that we just left. So it was like being in a den of rattlesnakes, scorpions, you understand, and black widows, each one of them capable of killing each other. And who's going to be on top at the end? You are. Because what they created, they can only control the physical dimension. We want you to come to the position, understanding that you're a spirit, the spirit that you have within, and that you can call on the creation, and we're going to try to give you the tools so you're going to be in that position as an active part of changing the end of the story. With that, they're going to throw me out of here. Look at, they open up the doors. I want to thank you all for coming. And I guess you have a message that you want to give. Are you giving away Christmas presents he's giving away?
Let's give a big hand to George.
No, what I'm going to show is there's a book that's in my catalog, and it's called Your Body Knows Best. You guys, if you really get the book and study it, you're going to learn all kinds of things, because your spirit's going to come through and try to tell you what's really happened, because we have been programmed so much. It's like this gentleman here thinks he's really solid, and he's really there. You're not. Hold your arm up. We want to see how strong he is. Now I'm going to push down on this. I thought, okay, you're familiar with kinesiology, right? Well, I'm not going to hypnotize you. I'm just telling you. You know that? Okay. Oh, have you? Well, that's okay. I want you to do this. Don't look. Give me your other hand. No, put it down. I just want you to put this in your hand. Squeeze. Now put your arm up. Put this one. Yeah. Now I'm going to push down. Ready? Yeah, I did it real easy, right? Guess what? Equal in aspartame. And he didn't know it. It made him go, now I'm going to add more fun. You're not done yet. We're going to go to the next step. The next step is, I told you that he was a hologram. Put your arm out again. He's strong, right? I'm pushing down. Push down. Ready? Okay, now watch this. No, keep your arm out there. I want to show these people. Ready? Okay. Did you see what I did? Everybody see that? What happens is don't look amazed. We're not through. What happens is you're a hologram of condensed light. So obviously we have visible light and invisible. The energy field on the outside of you is easily manipulated. I made you weak without touching you. Shall we do it again? Without touching you? Only I want the audience to do it. Okay? What I'm going to do is you put your arm out, and don't look at me, look at them. I want them just to mentally think. Ready for this? Make him weak. Just think. Get weak. Now let's reverse it. Put your arm out again. I want all of you tell him to get strong. You ready? Get strong. How's that? Now, let's go. You can go ahead and sit down. So, if we can do... They did it. What happened is I just cut your auric field, if you want to call it, your chi or your energy field. Did everybody see that? How easy was that being manipulated? You can do the same thing with fluorescent fixtures, and I didn't see any around here to do that, because they'll make you weak also. Did you all learn something just then? Remember this thing? Okay, I'm going to go to the next step. What I want to do is open this up to some questions, because I go over a lot of material fairly fast, because this evening we got a limited thing, and I'm going to answer whatever you want.
What if you're retired on Social Security and you have no money to sleep with?
The question is, what if you're retired, you're on Social Security, and you have no money to speak with? You get with other friends of, because Social Security has no money either. All the money's been borrowed out of Social Security, as you know, or maybe you didn't know, and it's no longer going to be there. When this thing collapses, the plan is, well, I'll make it even more fun. When I was here, Barry will tell you, when we were here in Vegas, I got a contract to build an enemy prisoner of war camp in downtown Las Vegas. I gave it to Ted Gunderson, pardon? It's down by the railroad tracks. I gave it to Ted Gunderson. You guys, Ted lives here. He's a former, FBI head, and Ted found out they're building them all over the United States. Enemy prisoner of war camp. Hey, you, and you. Yes, ma'am. 4.5 years ago. I put a copy of the contract in my book, Chaos in America. I think there's one over there.
You can actually read it. See it? You can pull it up, and it's in the back part. You can actually read it, and it says enemy prisoner of war camp. Also, Bush, with his power, remember he playing a huge game? Ever hear of an executive order? It's not in the Constitution. Isn't that a dictator? Is there any? It's supposed to be checks and balances. Are there any checks and balances? Don't we have the best government money can buy? We no longer have it. Yes.
I've heard that in the last couple of years that something like 40 microbiology scientists have been murdered. What's the point in murdering them if they're all going to die?
Well, we're not all going to die. And what they're trying to do is it's like releasing information prematurely. It's like when I brought, you guys all remember this is, since you're, how many, you've been here 4 or 5 years, most of you, right?
48.
Well, let's say 4 or 5. The only reason is because I'm concerned about all this. I went to a lecture down in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm one of these people that run around the planet. I was down in a lecture, and I'll fill in the blanks for you because it happened right here. When I was at Atlanta, I was listening to Larry Harris, who's a doctor of microbiology. And I was listening to Larry, and he's telling me, wait a minute, one of his students was an Iraqi woman. She said her and a group brought over all the biological warfare in their vaginal cavities here in the United States, and they set up cells all over. Then I'm talking to Bill Levitt, who was over in Green Valley. He and a couple doctors were working on vibrational medicine using techniques to take the blood and then go through the purifier by using electromagnetics in order to get rid of the diseases. Anyway, I mentioned it to Bill Levitt about, I said, I just listened to this incredible thing, and I checked with my CIA buddy, and it's all true. Now, Bill Levitt, or Larry Harris, says anybody in the United States can get anthrax in the mail. So he ordered the anthrax, ordered it from a biological supply company, and the federal government come in and got him for getting it, but anybody could get it anyway. So he pled guilty. He was basically a parole. Pled guilty. I got it. It's a big deal. When I told it to Bill, Bill says, I can probably help cure this stuff. So he flew back to Ohio, brought Larry Harris here to Las Vegas. Bill Levitt and Larry Harris got together, and Ted Gunderson had a TV program. Remember Ted ran for president? Had a TV program, and they were going to bring it up and discuss this on a television program about the possibility of Las Vegas being a target for the biologicals because of the heavy turnover of people here, right? I mean, all it takes is 3 days, you wouldn't even know you had it, and we transplanted it all the way across the United States. Anyway, another gentleman right here in Las Vegas decided this is a big deal, and he brought in the FBI, and what happened? All the headlines in Las Vegas was, we've got biology or anthrax in Las Vegas, this is a big deal, and they crucified these two people. It was in all the papers. Poor Bill Levitt, who's a good Mormon bishop, they went to his house. He lived over by, closer to the Utah border. They come and stripped everything out of his house, put him in jail, strip searched him 3 times. I like that. He's blown away. He's working with doctors in Germany. He went to Germany and couldn't even get back in the United States. He's not here now. He is they consider him the most deadly guy there is, and all he was trying to do was help. Meanwhile, Larry Harris is back in Ohio right now. He's no longer on any of it. But it hit all the papers and hit the whole country. It was on television and everything else right here. You guys remember some of that, right? So unfortunately, I was indirectly responsible because I put the two together and brought them over here. I'm not bad. I'm not really good. By the way, I will tell you what Bill Levitt did, or Larry did tell me. And he said simple. The easiest way to kill all these biology or bacteriological agents is for you guys to get some tetracycline. He says it's a real killer for all of the ones that you have, but don't take it until you need it because it'll burn you up. And how do you get the tetracycline? You go to your local pet store, and you can get bottles, right? Yeah, for fish aquariums and everything else. And it is basically human grade tetracycline.
You just take the capsule part.
Yeah,
Take the capsule.
that's right. Yes, ma'am.
The pharmacy regulation, antibiotics are no longer effective after a year.
The question was, the specified data, how long are they effective? Don't believe anything anybody tells you in the industry, because they create the illusion that you got to replace something that may be good for 5 years because they make more money selling you the replacement. You start checking it out and you start asking people, how long is that? Is it food grade? What is it? Well, how long can we have it? How come animals do certain things? I used to cut up animals in my dad's packing house, so I got to see all these diseases and everything. And what we did was a disease, dis-ease. We're out of vibration. So when we look at it, how do we cure all these things? We have to do the curing. All of us are nothing more than, remember, this spirit having a physical experience, except for our bodies being bombarded from everything and all foods, and even the energy of people around you. If you read the first part of the handbook, it'll tell you that there'll be a lot of splitting in energies, because as you wake up, for some reason, you're going to get so awake you won't be able to tolerate having some people around here because they're so negative. You're going to have to sit in the observer mode of this huge play again that's being played. Now let's add more fun. This is just the beginning of the play, because there's a group of extraterrestrials that are hoping that we're going to destroy ourselves because they want the mineral resources. So it goes on, but that's how the universe works. The group of extraterrestrials that I'm involved in right now, thank heavens, are benevolently involved in it. We're at the focusing energy. Who really wrote these books is at the creational level, not only of this universe, but other ones. Because we are so negative on this planet right now. It's so out of balance, it's affecting their backyard. It's like when we put off a nuclear bomb. That's affecting the whole universe. So it's serious time. Are we going to have any Social Security? It's already gone. So what do? We have to think positive. What are we going to have to create? Commodities. I would suggest getting seeds, something that you can trade, other things that you can sustain. Remember the old days they told you to stock up for food for 5 years and all that? Well, we're right there again at the potential of that happening. And it's not going to hurt you to do that. If you got friends and family away from the big cities, I think that's what you ought to do. Consider getting away, at least have the ability to get away. We're not going to be flying too much longer. You can see that happening all the way around. China just got you buying almost all of the oil production out of Iran. As you know, Iraq is a little, if you probably know, when we started bombing over in Iraq, the Soviets were running the Ramallah oil field. That's 14% of the production. And then Putin also told Bush, who said, we will not take the dollar anymore. You got to come down with gold. Aren't you reading the newspaper? Okay, well, wait 1 second. I got a change in the scenery. Barbara Marciniak wrote a book called Bringers of the Dawn, and in that, her energies were telling her that all we have to do is change our DNA pattern. Now, DNA is on a very physical level, isn't it? So when we're talking about the physical, now we got talking about the non-physical. Because physical can be changed to the DNA. When I was in Central America in the Russian embassy, and I was with the Mafia and the CIA all together. They're all the same. The CIA is crooks in action. They're born liars. I mean, that professional liars is what they do. Anyway, I'm sitting there watching movies of the execution of Kennedy, so I wanted to see who really killed him and all that. I found that out. But when I was there, one of the people in the audience, or in the room, was a doctor for Castro. And they were working on the DNA. You're talking about DNA stuff. And they have got to the point now, since the DNA is a product of your mother and your father, or what you are. In other words, that tells you how long you're going to live, approximately, what color your eyes are, and all that. They're able to, if you have kids, they're able to take the DNA out of the children now, spin off the male or the female component, and re-inject it back to you, so you get their life, their longevity. Interesting? Castro's working on this. I got a whole bunch of details. I also, when I was in Washington, D.C., I have a friend of mine who is a medical doctor who always walks around with two people in black suits around them who treats the clones. I want you to think about cloning. If they've cloned a sheep, what do you think they've done? Been cloning people since 1939. These are soulless beings. Interesting? It's real simple. Y'all, let me tell you, there's 3 methods. I'll give you a simple method so you can see how to do it. Well, let's talk about it. If I took 2 cells off, the Americans' method is called duplicates, the Russians call theirs robotoids, and there's a new method. There's 8 countries making people. Anyway, if I take 2 cells off of your body, all we do is give them, this is a rough deal, give them an electrical charge, they'll act like a fertilized egg. Well, if you got a fertilized egg, what do we need? In vitro, we can use cows, sheep, or people. So that's what they do. And after about 14 weeks, the fetus starts developing its own blood supply, and at that point they can transfer that into by itself and use a pituitary hormone extract to accelerate the growth of this being. Now the being was used, the original engineering was done for spare parts, so you could have a heart or liver without any rejection. Makes a lot of sense. I even talked to the doctor about that. The problem is, this thing, you're a product of what? Of all the 5 feelings, or the 5 senses that you have up to this point, am I right? So this being doesn't have any of that. But they found out if you went to the hospital and got an encephalogram, that's your memory, your brain memory. They can download it on this being, and now what do we have? A walking, talking duplicate. Now, they put them in front of a television set to program and make sure that it's working, and I'm just telling you that's how the game works. And they do it at Bethesda Hospital. I actually talked to a nurse over there. There's one wing, they call the people the others. I mean, it's real live X-Files. The clones, isn't it prophesied that we're going to have soulless beings in charge of the planet? I know many of our world leaders that are clones. He's a synthetic. I want you to watch George Bush on TV every other week and tell me if it's the same one. Jimmy Carter, just so you know. I know a lot, even some of the world leaders, yes. Synthetic is, remember what we just talked about, when I took this gentleman up and I showed you that he was nothing more than a hologram? You ever been to Disney World? Go into the Haunted Mansion and you see this being in glass that is totally perfect? That's a hologram, right? Well, they've learned how to make a hologram that walks and talks. It only stays together 7 to 10 days. Stress breaks it down. So if there's a lot of stress, that being that they've created will start to fall apart and they have to go replace it. And this is all sci-fi, but this is all, you start researching it. Dr. Beater contacted me. He's in Washington. He's dead now. Yeah, probably. I don't know, but his wife gave me all the data on the different clones. I got papers and papers of them. Another doctor that was in charge, the extraterrestrials shared the information with a doctor down in Albuquerque, and they contacted me because I was publishing all the books exposing the bad guys and all the things that are going on. He contacted me. He says, I got it all. We talked on the phone. I said, I'll fly down on Thursday. I talked to him on Tuesday. On Thursday, they picked him up and put him in a mental institution and gave him and basically electroshock, and he's a vegetable today. Now, I told you about 4.5 years ago when I lived here in Vegas, I was contacted by the ETs. I said, look, I've been, like for the last 10 years, I've been publishing books exposing the bad guys, right? You know what the ETs said? What good has that done? It's okay to know all this stuff, but what's the solution? The solution is written in those little books. That's the reason why they're more important. And I give them away. The reason why I give away the handbook, and you probably heard me on Coast to Coast, I gave 35,000 of them away one night. And we're not going to have a planet left unless we do this. That's how serious it is. I know what's going. I said in on the meetings on planning on annihilating all you people. I mean, I sat with the governor of Colorado, and he says, I got my ticket. I said, what ticket? Yeah. He said, I'm sitting in the office with one of the Skull and Bones members. And I'm sitting with the governor, and I said, what ticket? And he said, well. And then we went into the underground facility in Australia. You've heard of that in Pine Gap that the Rockefellers built for 35,000 people? I don't have my ticket. When they're getting ready to go, they got a facility because they know the northern hemisphere is going to have it in spades. So does that mean for you to run to the southern hemisphere? Well, 4 weeks ago, a good friend of mine, Brian O'Leary, the Apollo astronaut, has moved to Ecuador. He's in the Valley of Longevity. He says, I know what's coming down. He also knew we never made it to the moon. Another lie. Yes?
I've been going through this for a few years, and some of my questions are, first of all, I don't know how my name ever came up on your database. It's a very curious spot for me. I've read the book that you sent me. I appreciate that. I was part of some of the groups here quite a few years ago that taught things like spike training and started the community up at Kuski and Kamiai. Most of the instructors...
Bo Greitz.
Yeah.
Bo and I ran around together. I actually helped finance part of his thing.
Yeah, I was an instructor for phase 2 and 3.
Yeah.
What I'm curious about is most of the instructors and the people that have been in that realm have had pretty much of a hardship since all those came around. And you're able to go around, give away books, and do a lot of the same work that we had been doing. And I don't understand how... What kind of immunity did you get that the rest of us that did some of the same work?
I have to go back a long time ago when I remember when I was running around with the guys when I was younger with my dad and stuff. I asked a lot of questions that went out. And the same question is, why am I out here? Why am I alive? Because my CIA buddies, they do two things. They want to know how far along the other side's on. And they also figure that most people aren't going to do anything. They think they've won already.
Well, I understand that, and I'm listening to you saying this, and you're sharing it with all these people, and I don't think some of them might realize how real this is and how much
That's the problem.
A lot of people have gone through and done this.
It's the biggest challenge in the world, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's even Bo. Where's Bo grow? You all know Bo Greitz, the most highly decorated Marine, right? He and I, we ran around lecturing. You know where Bo drew the line with me? Extraterrestrials. Because he walks around with his little Bible. Sure, Bo ran for president. He moved. Him and his wife. They moved to Idaho, but Bo lives right down here right now, Boulder City. He ran for president of the United States. We ran all over the country. I thought, man, we have a chance to change the bad guys up here, but it isn't. They have so much control. They control the voting system. The whole thing is a lie. I don't care if you vote. They rig the votes. We go down here to the casino. What does it say? 97% they pay? They don't, like my brother. My brother used to run the Golden Nugget downtown. He said, look, we don't build tall buildings selling hot dogs. That's the way this whole system is run. Since you're dealing in a game of monopoly using their money, which is nothing but a promise to pay more money, and it's going apart, our monopoly game is falling apart big time. And yes, how serious are we? We're almost at the end where this thing's, people are going to wake up in total shock, and out of the chaos, because that's the only way it's going to work, we'll be able to create something new. You got the book. I don't know how we got your name, but thousands of people are selling these books all over the place.
Well, I'm just curious.
I don't know.
A lot of the people, team members that taught the spike trading were spooks, and their life got changed.
Again, they don't. Look, I was the head of the CIA. Well, Barry will tell you, one of my friends was the head of the CIA for Latin America. He's the biggest crook there is. Seriously. These guys, that's all they do. They learn to see how far along what they do and how they can infiltrate, and that's part of their job. I'm not out there. I made my money. I'm not doing anything. I'm trying to do is share with you because all the money's going to go away. And I'm smarter than the next guy in one way because I got an advance notice. So I'm moving my assets into gold and silver, and it's not paper. It's pure gold and silver. Yes, ma'am.
I've got two questions. Do you know, how soon that this will all really be
It's 9:15. It started at 6. No, the game's already on right now. How quick they're behind schedule. The Plan 2000 that Jimmy Carter and I said in on the meetings was to get the war started in the Middle East in the year 2000. So we're behind schedule. But remember, they have to have this culminated and finished, the fait accompli, by the year 2012. And why? The end of the Mayan calendar. We got to follow the prophecies. We got to do all of the things that's necessary. We wrote the books. When the book of Revelation said we're going to be doing all these things, they got to have everybody lined up in their different camps, not any of them knowing the real story. If you read all of these books, you'll understand the whole story, and it is a huge game of the creation as we're looking at this. Next question.
The second question was, out of the terrestrials, you said there was a group that wanted to destroy us, and then there's the group that you communicated
Yes.
with that wanted to enlighten us. And
Yes.
What do you know the ratio of good compared to the evil as far as terrestrials as their whole population? Like, how much of the group is like evil, and how much of it was?
Well, let's come back and let's think about things from the universe is logical, mysterious. Don't make it mystical. If you take as a product of thought, and let's begin when I talk about it, if we put out from a logical basis a +1, we have to have an equal and opposite amount, right? -1. If I double the power, I got a +2, and then we got a -2, and so on. And that's basically the periodic table of elements. Rather than what I used at in chemistry and mines and all that, we used the light deal, what was done by Walter Russell at the University of Science on there, as they started getting information from Germain, another extraterrestrial that is communicating through people. And all of you can communicate. It's just when we get giving them permission to do that and then coming into balance of what's going on. Again, that's the next question. I was just with Mark Kimmel, and he and I lectured down in Fort Lauderdale the week ago Sunday. And Mark has written a book called Trillion. His sources and his extraterrestrials say there's at least 50,000 planets in this galaxy inhabited by humanoids. If you can imagine, if you're talking about the 12 strand and all the other ones, can you imagine a planet where people live to be 1,000 years old with no disease, no sickness, and no wars? There was one. No, Era. No, never were. This planet has always been, let me explain to you where we all come from. Because I went running around again. I'll tell you some more of the story. Well, on this planet, everything was going along great. The people were the artists. They were developing. They were creating things. They were creating things that were in balance. Like we didn't make a car that fell apart. It was meant for everybody to use, and it didn't affect the environment. Think about that. Anyway, they were being attacked by bad guys in the universe. Remember the law? Thou shalt not murder thy fellow man in thought or deed. So their solution to this, they could protect themselves. They looked around for less developed humanoids on the evolutionary scale, and that's where they played with the DNA. They gave them limited life. Instead of 1,000 years, how much do we have? They gave them the intelligence to act as their warriors. And so they did the fighting, hoping that in the long run, everything would balance out. The trouble is what they created turned on them. So their solution then was to erase their memories and send them down to a place that has been used as a prison planet. Remember what we did in England and France? Where did we send the prisoners? We're kind of the outback of the universe. And the history of the planet is really showing that. How many of you read all of Zecharia Sitchin's books, where he translated the Sumerian tablets, saying basically the same thing? When I went to Japan, and I spent some time at Stotsubashi University in Tokyo, their most ancient documents said they came from a boat from the sky. Go to Xi'an. Have you been over there in China? Xi'an's where all the terracotta figures are in the ground. They also have pyramids over there. They came from the star. The word Dogon, what does that mean? Star people. So what you're looking at is we're all an amalgamation. There's about 7 main races on the planet. When I was in Australia, I went to the outback, and on the outback's absolutely worse than the desert out here. And there was like 5 of us. We flew in on a small plane. I just wanted to know what the outback was all about. Well, it was nothing. There was nothing as far as I could see. And I turned around, and all of a sudden a guy started talking to me, and there's a little Aborigine about this tall. I don't know where he came from. Yeah, and he says, what are you doing here? And I said, I'm seeing what the planet's all about. And he says, are you sure? And I said, yeah. And he says, you're not a missionary, are you? And I said, no, I'm not. And he says, well, good. He said, turn around. And I turned around. He said, see that up there? And then he pointed at the sun. He says, see that? That's my God. He says, I can live without your God. You can't live without mine. I turned around and talked to my friends, and I turned around and he disappeared. I don't know where he went. But that really affected me that day. I got to thinking about that. Because that's right. They've been talking to the hierarchy, and they've been given, since they're not part of this sequence, they are been given permission not to reincarnate, so they're not having children. Now the mixed ones that are mixed, they still have some, but not the pure blood Aborigines. Interesting. They know what's coming down. So we're getting clues. You know, there's people with blue skin in India. You familiar with that? Sure. We have all kinds of things. The between Spain and France is what? The Basque people. Basque people originally of Atlantis. They have their own language. Yes, ma'am. Well, when I running around, I published books on about 8 of them. So that's there's a lot more than it's out there. The ones I'm involved in right now, I mean, they're continually, they're here now. They're observing what we're doing, and they're observing you. Like I say, we'll get it. But there's physical ones. When I told you when we saw that attorney, and I told him that I couldn't do anything. I got at that time I had a little car, a little 450 SL convertible out in California, and I was living in North County, San Diego, in La Costa. I had my top down and everything. We had one of those beam ships that I showed you pictures of, followed us for about a half an hour in broad daylight. Just to remind me what was happening to me was it was a real live X-Files, frankly. I just, duh. Yes, ma'am.
Well, how would I be able to get in contact with Dave and somebody to...
There's a little prayer in that little book. When you get to reading it a couple of times, and just in there, ask them. Say, I'm a human becoming, and show me whatever you need to be, whatever you need to do to activate whatever your job's going to be in the future. And how quick is this happening? Like I say, it has begun. Just like you and I. I was just giving you an idea how it works. When I have telepathic messages, I was on KCMO radio in Kansas City, and the host in there was asking me how I communicate. And I said, well, sometimes I communicate just like you and I. We're like in a meeting. We're very physical. I said, most of the stuff is telepathically, and it's basically a dimensional shift. It's kind of like having a cell phone without the cell phone. Anyway, I'm sitting here with the host on KCMO, and he said, yeah, how does this really work, this telepathic thing? And I said, well, I was trying to explain to him, and then he asked me a question, and I paused. He threw off his headsets, threw them down on everything, because they answered him. He went out of the room, and just totally bananas, and I'm sitting in there in the studio now, and there's no host, right? He come running back in, and now this is the second biggest radio station in Kansas City. He come back in and he explained to the people. Of course, I had like 500 people the next day at my lecture. Because I can't tell you how, because I don't know what your mission is. Each one of us have a different mission in the days ahead. And since there is no age is just attitude, we're all important at this minute. All of us. Unfortunately, the kids have been so programmed right now, it's hard to get them to look beyond the Super Bowl and the other stuff that's happening, because they've been programmed right now to act as warriors. Did you notice that? As soon as we give the kids, as soon as they get out, they get a little war game. They start watching these computer games. Even when you join the Army right now, you stand in front of a computer, don't you? And they're sitting there telling you how to kill people. During World War I and World War II, fewer than 17% of our soldiers would actually take a gun and shoot somebody. Did you know that? So what did they do? They'd make it so everything is a virtual reality game today. What did they do in Littleton High School? The kids just think it's an extension of the game. When you go down and buy a Pokemon game, do you know what that means? It's a Japanese game, means pocket monster. It's programming the way you think. You're being programmed on everything you do. The best thing you can do, pull the plug out of the wall. Because there's subliminal information coming on the TVs right now. Who writes the laws? The question was, I heard that was against the law. Who writes the laws? Who controls everything? It's whatever they want. The interpretation is, what is the definition of the? You understand? You get it. I've been in court in Nevada for probably 10 years, and I found so much. The judges be thrown out. I even appealed the judge's decision to the United States Supreme Court. Because I put some assets on them with the court. There was two parties. I was named one and they were. And I said, that's a big deal. I'll put it on this. The judge took my assets. He dismissed everything against me. He should give me my money back, right? He gave it away to somebody else that wasn't even a party to the lawsuit. Seriously.
Because he can.
Pardon?
Because he can. Because he can.
Yeah. So I appealed him to the, in fact, I went against the board, and I went to the Supreme Court of Nevada. And, they only hear a few of the cases. But I just said, well, this cannot be. But they did it. So I found out, again, the rule of law, or this game of law right now, it's just a game again. And I studied law. Mine was business law. I wanted all the contracts, and I did everything. And I did go to college on that, too. But it's just a Mickey Mouse game because that's all they do. The whole thing is corrupted at this point. We don't have any laws that are... Whoever has the most money wins. Insurance companies will never pay anything because they can delay paying you forever. That's part of their game. Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with a website called the Dove of something or other, and they're talking about this NESARA, N-E-S-A-R-A?
Okay, the question was, there's a website called the Dove, and am I familiar with the NESARA program? The NESARA program is a bunch of idiots that have given some money to this guy down there and says that we're going to bring back the United States under the Constitution that we have, and all of your debts are going to be forgiven. And boy, are you smoking wacky tobacco. Contact Ron Paul, because that's the one that brought in this stuff, and then the SAR program has no bearing on that. Do you think we have Congress that's going to get rid of all your debts? You got to be logical about this. Is a monopoly game. They own the game. You're not going to use any of their players. The new card, the World Cash card that you're going to get when you sign up for it, if you're one of them they want to keep alive, I will tell you this. I looked at the paperwork, and if you're over age 44, you're an expendable container. Unless you have a talent that they... Like my son's a nuclear physicist, right? He's in the top 100 scientists in the world. They want him. It depends on what your need's going to be, or if you're in one of the inner group at the very top. I mean, look at Donald Rumsfeld. He's not even in the government, right? He sits down and he's got a little house in Taos, New Mexico, and he's sitting over there, right? The people had a march on him about a year ago. You maybe heard about this little girl down there. There was a guy in Florida that wrote a book called Vote Scam, called, remember that? The Collier? Vicky Collier lives in Taos. She decided to get all the 300 people to march on Rumsfeld House. Had 2,000. So they shut it all down. He was just there over Christmas. He happens to live next door to one of my good friends. he was part of there too. But it's all, they're going to protect the inner group no matter what. Remember, nepotism's going to do that. They're going to make sure whatever happens, you're going to be protected. If you do what they tell you. Now, if they decide, now here's the other bad thing. When I'm sitting here talking to the population, we're sitting here about population reduction. And again, I'm sitting on the meetings when, like, let's say there was 12 people in the room. Half of us adjourned to another room, and we talked about getting rid of some of the people we were just with. So what I'm going to tell you is, it's like being on a den of rattlesnakes, scorpions, and black widows. Each one of them capable of killing each other in the right condition. I don't know who's going to end up on top, or whether we're going to have a planet left. I do know the goal is to have this completed in the next 8 years. Year 2012.
Why are they seeding the clouds and the government causing all this?
Well, the question is, what are they seeding the clouds, and why did we have chemtrails? I just published the book on chemtrails. And the information has come forth. Remember I told you that we have a band of energy around the planet, or radiation that's 4 miles thick. We're allowing the gamma and everything. How can we, you as a scientist now, what would you do to try to keep the gamma and ultraviolet coming down here, killing more life forms off? These scientists put together, and they decided we'll put together a web of chemicals that are going to sit up here to help to keep the radiation down from the planet, not figuring in the power of the jet stream. So if we had a web of, for instance, gold. Gold is an element that is used in all the planets because it doesn't dissolve. You can spin it as fine as thread, and if you can use it, it's used to purify the air. And they do that on other planets. So what we're trying to do, these guys are trying to create this thing. As you know, they changed the JP4, the jet fuel, and changed the new conditioner on it. So all the planes were going up there putting this fuel up here to create this web. And because of the winds, we disperse it, it's coming down, and what's it doing to you now? It's causing a lot of environmental, but remember, you're an expendable container anyway. They don't care because the plan is, again, to reduce the population down to 20 million Americans. That's the goal. Remember, they wouldn't put things out there unless they have protection for themselves. So you have to look at it. They always have the other side of the coin.
Have you been in planted like Van Paso down in the Yucca Valley?
No.
You talk about the big blaze.
Look, I knew Van Tassel a long time ago. And they were talking about the implants and everything. Those people who agree to be, let's say, an extension of them so they can monitor you. Remember when we set down monitors on the planet? They're sending down drones. Some people volunteered, maybe in another life form, actually, or another life. They come in at this time to act so they could monitor it, since time doesn't exist. As the ETs tell me, only clarity of experience. So all of these things are part of the puzzle I don't have all the answers to yet. I'm asking, but nor does it make any difference at this point. I do know that there's these little groups forming all around the planet with this little blue book everywhere. And I'm flying all over, I'm having a good time. And a lot of people are waking up, and amazing things are happening. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. What are the things for these groups that you just mentioned to communicate? Are there websites? How do you...
My website is nohoax.com, and if you go to that website now, we just changed it 2 weeks ago, and there is an internet group that's setting up little functions all over the place, and they're joining. It's got some things on it, but there's groups following all over the place. How many of you have seen the video 9/11, the Great Illusion, by the one that's done out of Texas by George Humphrey? George Humphrey's got probably, I have it, it's $11 on my catalog. It's the 2.5-hour video. It's really a good one. It tells you what happened on 9/11. Anyway, I went down to his group. He has 100 people a week that meet on these books. George Humphrey. You take my catalog, it's on the back page. Okay. They're having meetings on this material in these books so they can rethink the ending of the story. Since everything is a product of the thought, let's rethink the ending of the story. But I don't know what the ending's going to be yet, so we have to call on however you view God. And I just told you my definition, and God is the creation's thinking. If the creation put together all this to contemplate itself, it must have a solution to all of this. Yes, ma'am.
I was at a convention when David Moorhead was about visualization.
Yes. You were at a convention where David Moorhead said visualization? That's what we're talking about. But the problem is with our visualization is based on the 5 senses. Let me tell you how you think. You guys don't know how you think? Remember we talked about the 5 senses? Smelling, touching, tasting, and all of that? The truth is, when the sun comes up in the morning, there's a hormone that goes in your body. You all familiar with that hormone? Serotonin? That activates you to be in what we call the 3D world. When the sun goes down, there's another hormone that grows, and what do they call that? Yeah, Sarah during the day and Mel at night, right? Between the hours of midnight and 4, if you give them permission, that's where the downloading and uploading happens. Where you ask, you'll get the best dreams and the best visualization between those hours, because theoretically your body's asleep, and now we're talking about pure spirit uploading and downloading, because you're basically a computer. And let's go back to the next thing. All thought from outside of you comes through your ductless glands in your brain. Study it and check it out. And then you find out if thought is out there, and if I can pull you up on top of this stage and have everybody think that you're weak, what did I do? I mean, you just demonstrated just what we're talking about. Okay, now we have to start going, there's another one. The thought above all of us, which is the thought of the creation, and we need all the help we can get, don't you think? And I want to thank you. I love you guys for coming down here and listening to me tonight. You get any more questions? Yes.
John Lear many years ago claims that there's the good ETs that are keeping the bad ETs in control.
John's a friend of mine. John, actually, I was on the Art Bell show, and John wrote me a letter and said I was being set up. Just to give you know, no, it was a long time ago. I got set up recently with him again, too, but that's making a difference. I don't care. It doesn't, you know, it's whatever it is to get people awakened. No, neither one of the groups, they all understand the laws that you have right there, and they all of them have the same effect, and it's explained in the second book, I think, Embracing the Rainbow, about the extraterrestrials. The first one doesn't, but the second one goes into the extraterrestrials because it's not really a focus for all of us right now. Extraterrestrials have their own agenda, and if you read page 78 through 80 of the handbook, just read the material. It'll tell you a little bit about dimensions and thought and how it works. And John and others, you know, bless them for out awakening you at the level that you're at.
Why do the Palladians call God all there is?
Above all things is the creation. That's what the Palladians said. I remember, I became in contact with the Palladians, but that since went away. I became in contact with the Umos, and I became the people from Mirasol. But then when I became in contact with, you call it at the spirit level, that's another one. And there's many levels of that. The focusing energy at the creation of thought is the one that's actually writing these books that you're reading.
Are you psychic like Van Tassel?
No, I'm not. What does psychic mean?
It means to be able to read people's minds like a big treasure.
Here's a problem that I have with remote viewing and psychic technology. You have to give permission. And if people come out and they say, I'm remote viewing, because there's a lot of them talking about going outside of your body, you can learn soul travel, and you're going somewhere else, you have violated one of the games or the premises, and that's basically the free will thing. You're going over to try to take control. I mean, I sat with Bob Beck, and he was telling me about all the government experiments of doing soul travel and checking out what other people are thinking. There has to be a repercussion to all of that. You just can't go do that. Even the ETs that are coming down here and picking people up. We don't know what their story is, but remember, in the long run, it all has to come back in balance. The 4 laws is the law of attraction. What you put out, you're going to get back. The second one is the law of intent. What did you intend for the action of your thought? The third one you have is the law of allowance. You have to allow that thought to be made manifest. And what's the fourth law? Balance. If it's not in balance, it's got to come undone, and we're out of balance.
Saddam Hussein, that they have in prison now, is he the real Saddam Hussein?
The question is Saddam Hussein the real one? I have no idea, but he was CIA. Does Castro was CIA? I'm telling you, if it's CIA, these crooks in action are all part. Remember, Castro was being supplied by everything for us to go after Iran, if you remember. Obviously, he did something wrong, so what did they do? They just turned him into, you got a conflict resolution, you create the enemy. Eventually, when they reduce the world's population down to 500 million or less, we're going to have to create some enemy. Guess who that's going to be? The extraterrestrials from space. And it's all going to culminate about the year. Right now, you're seeing spacecraft all around the planet. That's to awaken you that there's something else going on. And why don't they come down here and save us? Again, it's a prime directive, non-interference. We can't interfere. We can give you information. You got to do it. Guys, I'm giving you the instruction book to get out of this mess. Yes.
You mentioned the Four Corners.
Yeah, Durango, Pagosa.
Publicized that the Indians have made underground.
That's correct. The question was the Four Corners area. It's publicized that the Indians are doing underground stuff. They're getting ready. They will. The Indian Territory will be probably fairly safe if you're allowed to be over there. And that's the thing. You can look down there. Our small communities. Again, you have to be in balance. You have to figure a way to stay alive when there's no Social Security, and you're going to have to provide all these things. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, Pagosa Springs, a little town about 20 miles exactly east of Durango. Durango it's a nice little town, but it has a tremendous water problem. It's also at 8,000 feet. It's going to be relatively safe because there's not a lot of people. It's a college town. Pagosa Springs has a lot of retirees, better water. It's a climate. Again, these are things that you're looking at. I travel all over. I've looked up at, I went to the East Coast. I like Asheville, but I hate humidity. The western United States has got a better deal without that. So, any other questions? Hey. No, he doesn't.
Well, he goes into areas such as reptiles and going. He claims that the Bush family and the royal family are actually reptilians and blah, blah, blah.
David got his research from Arizona Wilder, who I lectured with out in California. And I checked with, I sat with Arizona, because, she's a normal secretary per se. That isn't her real name. And then I checked with my CIA buddies, and it's kind of like a few other ones out here. Just be careful of all that information. Regardless of the bloodlines, whether they're reptilian or not, I don't really care. I'm not focusing on that. Now, Dave and I talked about that. Yeah, if you got nepotism within the ruling classes, they're going to make sure that they keep going on that. What difference does that make right now? I mean, if you go to China, do you think they're worried about them? China's got 1 billion, they admitted this last week. You hear that? 1,300,000,000 people. Guys, if you have a chance to go to China, you have no idea what that is. That's 5 times our population. All along the Yangtze River, which is not even going to the ocean right now. They're using all the water supply. They have all the money. They're the largest, basically we're the largest debtor nation in the world, and they're the largest creditor nation. And they've got 100 million men ready for military. Remember what George Washington's dream was? 100 million Chinese are going to walk across the Bering Strait and come down through the Northwest. I happen to know that what's scheduled right now, the Chinese, and I sat in China. I used to have friends in the government over. I sat with them when I showed them all the pretty pictures of Billy Meyer and all that. They have a government publication that comes out monthly on the ongoing direct contacts in China. They already know about it. They're also going to sit back, and they're in the massive observer mode as they control the thing, because they're going to sit back and watch us totally destroy. They got extraterrestrial craft that have fallen, and they figure they're going to use that technology they've got off the extraterrestrial craft to provide the free energy to run everything as we're destroyed ourselves.
Is Billy Meyer spreading the word?
Billy Meyer has got, yeah, he is. But nobody, he's been doing it for so long, and he has so much control on it, very few people, it's like I have his book in my catalog. Nobody buys it. It's past that point. Everybody wants to know what's happening today. It's the old thing. It's like I tell people, it's okay to look back. Don't stare. Only thing that exists is right now. That's all that exists, and what we create in the future. No, I'm not. No, I haven't read that book.
Area 51. Ardell said he had a time on the show. I heard the program that worked side by side with Grays.
The question was, Bob Lazar and the crew was working with the extraterrestrials at Area 51. Our government has been doing that. I actually published a book called UFO Crash at Aztec. Went into the 18 crashes in New Mexico. Did you know? 18 of them. Yeah, I lectured a few months ago in Aztec, New Mexico. And they have a museum down there about the craft. So 18 different ones on these craft material. Like Colonel Corso wrote a book the day after. You can get it at the bookstore right now. That's where they retrofitted all the engineering, so we have, quote, computers, fiber optics, and everything right off alien spacecraft. That's how our technology jumped. I don't have a number. What John says is 36. That's maybe from his connections on it. There may be a heck of a lot more. Yeah, I would. According to Kimmel, and he was taken aboard the craft. And I mean, if you read his book, I wouldn't limit anything to numbers. I wouldn't put any kind of numbers. Just say that, hey, we're the center point in the universe right now. We want to thank these people and have. I'm sorry you guys are going to Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic. They have to catch a plane.
Have you ever spoken down at Laughlin at the Palms Hotel?
The question was, have I ever spoken at the Palms Hotel at the UFO convention? I've been there at the convention. I've talked to the people down there. Wendell Stevens, is a close friend of mine, ended up running around the world for him on a couple of things. The problem is that you're speaking to the choir. And I don't want to speak to the choir. We want to speak to people that are aware of some of this. We want people to get, rather than focusing on the ETs, on what they're doing and what's happening out here, I want to focus on solutions right now and having it so you guys can survive in the days ahead. That's all I'm interested in. Yes, ma'am.
Besides being prepared on a personal basis, what can a person do politically? I mean, it seems like there's zero.
The question is, what can you do politically? Get in the observer mode, because everything is elected as being manipulated into position. Yeah, the voting system, the vote scam tells it's all done by the Electoral College, which is already bought and paid for. I mean, you don't know the behind it. Why did Kerry resign all of a sudden? Even though he won New Mexico, he won Ohio, they don't want any of you to know what really has occurred because it's a manipulative game. So the question is, I don't vote. When I found, I thought I was doing a good thing voting too, but when I'm sitting here talking to the guy that is the front man for the guys that are controlling the game, said he didn't care, they control them both. What did that tell you? It doesn't make any difference, because it's going to end up, let's have our two parties, but the same game is going to happen, just moving the players in different directions. I don't waste your time.
So there's nothing we can really do to stop
No.
Gary now?
Of course. Carrie's a member of the Skull and Bones Society. Skull and Bones, well, I'd rather have you just read that in the books. There's plenty of people who have written about it. The Skull and Bones is a secret society, very satanic. The interesting thing is, young George, that's the only society that he's in, and his name is Temporary. In the skull. Yeah. Yes, the skull. Yeah, and that Prescott Bush put that in there. And that's, see, that you get the inner circle going. It's like right now they're talking about Jeb being there. Isn't that, talking about the next president? I want you to look at the players. Since we've got a huge game, it's being manipulated right now. Which two people were behind George Bush right now talking about the UN problem in the Far East? To help? No. Bill Clinton and George Sr. Wouldn't it be a good position to put Bill Clinton in the head of the UN? Well, I want you to think about first of all, you probably don't know how the UN structured is. The UN structure right now, you got Kofi Annan. In case of a national emergency, it says 30 days, Bush becomes king for the day. At the end of 30 days, the head of the UN takes over. I expect within a short period of time, he will be gone. Because the second in command at the United Nations is and always has been a Russian. The New World Order is a socialist dictatorship. So what you're seeing at the game, I'm just trying to put pieces together for you.
Do the Palladians care about this, or they want chaos?
No, the Palladians don't want anything. They want us. We got the chaos right here. Don't you feel chaotic? Hey, out of the chaos, we're going to create something new. That's what the universe works on, the chaos theory. I don't know what we're going to create. I really don't. Everything that we've done hasn't worked. No. Mm-mm.
It's a beautiful book. That was Elizabeth Palmer.
Well, the only one that makes sense is these books, because I'm calling on higher energy, if you want to look at it, at thought itself, to assist us in creating something new.
Who actually brings that material into printed form?
Yeah.
You channel that?
Pardon?
You channel it?
I have agreed to be the publisher for the ETs. The history of the planet is we deify or crucify the messenger. Isn't that right? Okay, so when you go into it, there is no author. That's them. I am the publisher. Just leave it at that. And then you can be, I don't really care. You guys are, you guys should all be in contact.
I got to ask, you slid over it so fast. I want to go back. You said you either said or implied that you know who killed Jeff Kennedy. Who did that?
There was a guy by the name of Fidel Castro that Kennedy was all messed up with because he brought in the Russians down there with the missiles and all that. And Kennedy was mafia. So he sent down 2 mafia teams to take out Castro. Castro was CIA. Castro says, I'll play your silly game. So he brought down Ferry and Oswald down to Cuba, remember? There was 9 shooters. I was in Albuquerque, New Mexico. There's a federal court case where 3 of the killers were taken out by one of our CIA people who lives in Albuquerque, and I have all of his documents. Castro orchestrated all this thing because of exactly, he said, you got your teams, I'll take it out. But we couldn't go after Castro because that's premature. We would have started World War III prematurely. So the only thing we could do is what? Embargo Cuba. Isn't that the only communist country in the entire world that's still embargoed? It's an old mafia deal. Pardon? That's right, but he's still the only one. It doesn't work, but what they do, build a brand new airport down in Havana just now? All the Europeans come to Havana and go to Latin America? Yeah, but that was their tit for tat. That was going to go on. That's who actually orchestrated it.
There's a time element involved with Cuba. When you start getting Americans coming as tourists, Bush is going to sink
Don't worry about what's going on over there, because that's all planned yet. Everything's being planned, and you don't have to worry about it coming apart. There are a lot of Americans that are moving into position right now to open up Cuba as we talk. You can go down there in a minute. No, he's not. No.
Not Cuba. But Bush is supposed to sink a ship in North Atlantic and involve us with the Russians.
We're already involved with Russia. Putin, and this is in the paper if you read it, Putin just talked, this was only a month ago. Putin just said, I've got nuclear missiles. He's got 22,000 nuclear missiles. We only got 10,000. Before the Iraqi thing, they had signed an agreement to cut down their nuclear arsenal over the next 10 years to half. That means they'd have 10,000, we'd have 5,000. We do not have the technical ability to stop any of the nuclear stuff. None of our armament is there. The Russians have it all.
Why does Bush want to hear in Vegas?
I don't know the answer to that. All I know is that Vegas is going to go away. It'll be vaporized in a minute. The SDI stuff and all that. I haven't been keeping track of our defense system. Does not work. We don't have the ability to do that. We can't take out any of their cosmospheres that are floating over the United States, because if we do, we might possibly start the nuclear explosion beforehand because they're above, right? So we're not going to do that. I mean, there's a game playing for world right now, and the game is happening, like I say, the old communist thing is feign weakness while we grow strong. And not only that, we loan them the money to do it in the first place. Hey, with all that, I'm going to cut. end of it. I want to thank you all for showing up, and I hope I shared some information with you. They're going to throw me out of this place. Did you learn anything? And I love you all. Oh. You didn't say at first that I was going to, make your mind think a little bit tonight. I showed you some pictures, basically, of spacecraft, and as you can see, they do become physical. And what I was trying to also tell you that you're nothing more than a hologram, if I remember right. Who wants to volunteer to come up here so I can prove to everybody that you're a hologram? Anybody? You'll do that? Sure, come on. We'll have two of you up here. No? Okay, well, anybody. I don't care. Just yourself.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Well, you can stand right here. That's fine. I think he can catch it. What is happening is all we are is a hologram of light that's condensed, and we're held together by the thought that's within ourselves and our soul that's within. Now, there's several layers of it. The first layer that's outside of it is our etheric field or our thought field, where all thought is. It's outside of your body. Thought comes into your ductless glands and through your senses. It's then retained into your brain, which is mostly water, of the information that you get on a daily basis. Meanwhile, we have a gentleman here. Put your arm out, anyone you want to. Now, everybody knows kinesiology. I'm going to push down on the arm. Is that okay? Yeah. You hold it up? Yeah. Okay, now, it's fairly strong. Now, I want you to, we're going to use some subtle energy. You keep, these might work. Okay, now, hold it up. I want you to look at one of those lights up there. Okay. You see what it did? That light up there is affecting the subtle energy that we had around him, and that's affecting our kids in school big time. Now, hold your arm up. You got your energy back. You do now, because you're not looking at it. You're holding it. Okay, now watch this. Ready?
Yeah. Oh,
that's... Now, did I do anything? I cut his... See? Now do you understand? Are you nothing? Yeah. Now you understand a little bit more about energies and how subtle you are and how we can manipulate you by satellite. Now, I have some things they call blues busters. These are full spectrum bulbs. Kids going to school today in classes are under lights like this. And what do you think they do to your body over a long period of time? Why do you think we have our kids call them Ritalin kids? Because they're confused. We're playing with subtle energies, and subtle energies going to make you so sick, make you so weak, and you don't know it. Now, I have some other things I could do, but I didn't bring my charts tonight, because sometimes I bring charts and I hold them up and let you mentally put your thoughts out to him to make him weak, and the same thing will happen. We could try it. No, but that's all right. You can sit down. Anyway, you got to experience it. Isn't that a strange feeling? You got to zip me up. No, you're zipped up. No, you come back. You're okay. What it's saying is, I put back. What you're doing is like cutting a wave. All of you have gone into a room and you felt somebody behind you. That's because their energy is putting out. Now wait. Let's make it more fun. Because we're all interacting with each other all the time on a whole planetary basis, whether you know it or not. If I'm putting out my energy right now, I'm going to lay it on you. When they tell you putting energy out, put your hands up. At the end of your hands, you can feel my energy. I just want you to do it. I'm going to send some pulses. That means I'm interacting. Feel real light at the end of your tips. Do you feel it? All of you should start feeling something. Now do something different. Pull your hands like this and just move them. Now what do you feel? Just imagine that all we are is condensed light. And another thing we seem to retain we like to be a victim. And we retain from a soul level how sick we were, or we retain, do we want to be sick, or we start picking up diseases, and so we create things to break down this body. We have another book in the back that Dr. Holub, who's a doctor who in Los Angeles, had developed, called Psychokinesiology.
what it determines is, when did you cause the illness in the first place? And you can go in and release your illnesses. Because a lot of stuff we're doing to ourselves, we're also being conditioned by lights, just like I just showed you. Can you imagine that? Just subtle, that's called subtle energies. And since thought is a subtle energy, we can do that to other people. If you think bad things, remember what I told you about one of the laws, thou shalt not murder thy fellow man in thought or deed? Can you imagine maintaining your balance every day and what the planet would be like if we had to do that? That's the rule book that we got back there, the spiritual laws, and I've broken them all, and you probably have too, and they say we're out of balance. So what do we got to have to do? We have to figure a way. Unfortunately, the information that I have right now is not good to share with you, in that we have gone too far and we aren't going to be able to save the planet per se, but there's going to be some of you that are going to be able to go through the days ahead that are scheduled on both levels. The scheduling is the planet is going to do some cleansing on its own. We got the Earth getting ready to do some major shifting. I'm talking about earthquakes. I was sharing the one about in San Francisco. There's many psychics that have been telling you about the oceans moving and the volcanoes. Everybody knows and they feel there's something going on. I don't know the degree and where they're going to be. I have some feelings about some stuff at that point. I know it's going to be gradually increasing, so there's going to be incredible chaos on the planet. At this minute, I want to open it up to questions on anything that you may have, and I'll try to answer you what I know or I can share. Does that sound like a fair plan? Yes, ma'am.
My first question would be, do you have any sense of a timeline?
The question was, do I have any sense of the timeline? As I came over here today, I picked up USA Today magazine, and I put a copy of it, USA Today paper, on the front page of it, and what it is to do with Russia. And right next to it, I have some newsletters I'm going to give to you about Russia. They are planning to attacking the United States. It could be any minute at this minute. When would be a good time to attack? Tomorrow. Tomorrow night. Think about this. I'm just saying, it could happen at any time. The Soviets have nuclear submarines, this is my sources, submarines on both sides of the United States. They have satellites above the United States, they call them cosmospheres. Each one of them have 5 nuclear missiles aimed at the main cities of the United States. We couldn't take them out because our military has been charged of, we have set everything into motion, so we no longer have a military, we have a police force. It's police action. It's not defense. We have taken down all of our nuclear missiles. My son is a nuclear physicist. He's on contract with, works for Bechtel. They're on contract with the Soviets. He's dismantling the 30-year-old nuclear missiles in Russia right now, but they've got the brand new ones. Last week, the Russians made a sweep. They have one that's launched in the back of a 50-foot trailer. It goes down the road at 50 miles an hour like our highway trucks are. Stops, 10 minutes later, it launched, and 6,000 miles the missile went and hit its target. We aren't even doing that. We don't have any defense. In fact, our illustrious President Clinton signed into law that we'll take 30 days before we respond to a nuclear attack. What does that mean? Kind of all over. Now, I also got to tell you a couple other things you need to research. Now, everybody hears about the United Nations and what's going on. The UN and the Secretary General is the figurehead for the UN, which is sitting on Rockefeller property. Now, David is a real interesting man. David owns 4.5% between his own personal holdings, his trust holdings, and the Chase Manhattan holdings of 90% of the world's corporations. 4.5% is voting control of 90% of what you think and do and act and buy. Voting control, one man. Now, there's a book that Dr. Coleman wrote called The Committee of 300. That's a conspirator's hierarchy because people heard about, well, there's 300 people in the world that supposedly control the world. He names them, how they got into power, and then you can understand a little bit more. The books have been out a long time. Henry Ford wrote a book Actually, he published a lot. He has his own that he's put together too. I have some of them in my catalog, and he'll describe who the world leaders are and what they can do. Frankly, I don't even get focused on them anymore. Some of them are still my friends, and I still talk to them. I mean, it's interesting what they are. They just figured that they won the game on the physical dimension, but we all know that's only part of it, isn't it? Since we are nothing more than a spirit having a physical experience, hey, let's do the best we can. Next question. Yes, sir.
You may not know, but Portland is consistently heavily sprayed in the air by who knows what. Do you have any information on what chemtrails are?
For you that are interested in the contrail situation, rather than me do anything, I brought a video tonight that's 2 hours long by 4 doctors, eminent people. It's back at my table. We'll go into the chemtrails and what they speculate on what the situation. I've heard several stories after looking at the video. It's not that they're not doing it. My own personal belief is that they're setting up other viruses and things into our body. Some of my sources are saying, yeah, they're doing that so that we will become allergic to certain things. So when they come back and respray us again, our body, the antigens will set up and coagulate the blood. What does that do? The Soviets, by the way, well, Larry Harris, I had, as a friend of mine, Larry Harris and Bill Levitt went to Las Vegas, and you all read about that in the paper a couple years ago. I'm responsible for that mess. They were arrested because they were investigating what the Iraqi people were doing. The women were bringing over the biologicals in their vaginal cavities, bringing in anthrax and bubonic plague, and they set up cells throughout the United States to distribute it. They now have got what they call the triple cocktail that's developed with the Russians. It's anthrax, bubonic plague, and smallpox. And at that point, these things can be released in the air, and you have 3 days to live. My suggestion is, according to Larry, the only thing that'll do any good immediately is tetracycline, and you can get tetracycline by going to your veterinary store and say you got a sick dog. It's the same stuff, and you can get it. And then the dosage is, I believe, 500 milligrams, 8 hours. Don't take it too long, but if you hear anything's going on, better have some tetracycline around because it's a massive, broad-spectrum antibiotic. Anyway, that goes in conjunction with the contrails in order to basically look at population control and bring us down, make us sick. It's real easy to bring a sick society down and bury asleep, don't you think? Yes, sir.
So, when you people with your power game, they're doing what they're doing, how are they protecting themselves?
The question was, how did the people in the power game protecting themselves? I sat in with the governor of Colorado one day at lunch, Dick Lamb. And Dick and I we were discussing some other things, and he mentioned that he was happy because he had done his job and he got his ticket. Now he's finishing up his tour as the governor of Colorado. And I said, what ticket? And he said, well, I got my ticket. And then they explained to me there is a underground facility in Australia called Pine Gap that the Rockefellers built for 35,000 of, quote, chosen people. He got his ticket. I didn't get mine. See, I was a little upset. So they think they're going to be out of harm's way. Now, I also want you to I look things that kind of crazy. This week has been, once you read these books a couple of times, I want you to look at the big game. If you were at the top of one of the Committee of 300 companies, and I'm going to name one, Boeing, and you knew that there's going to be something major in Seattle, and you got a bunch of executives, what would you do?
Get out of Dodge.
Oh, really? What's going on with Boeing?
They're getting out of Dodge.
See, I'm sitting here, it's the first thing that I said. What's going on? Then I find out the head of Starbucks is leaving. What party's going on? The head of Amazon's going, right? They're moving everything down to Kentucky. Did you know that? No. Oh, things are happening. And it's right in your papers. See what I look at different than you might? You see, I'm looking with the players. The guys inside, they have a presentation that you do out in front of the public. We're nice guys, we're going to do this for you. We're going to take this for you because you're not smart enough to do it yourself, right? But if you're my buddy in behind the scenes, hey, something's going to happen. Now, they've already said that they're going to be moved by what, the end of the year? Somebody asked me about timing. What do you guys think is going to happen? Now, watch the Middle East. You hear anything about Arafat right now? Have you heard anything? What's going on over there? Arafat and his whole group and Israel's all up in the air because they're having, people are dying every day. You don't hear it in the paper right now, but lots of them. So you know that's the point that they're going to start it in the Middle East, because the plan was to get a war started in the Middle East. Isn't that what it says in the Bible? We've got to follow the game. We wrote the play, so you guys follow right in. So you want to get in the observer mode of the big picture. How do you get in the observer mode? Read those 3 books about 3 times. Get the genius frequency so we can change the ending of the story. Seriously. Because since thought created all this, and we are all part of the creation's thought, and it's out of balance, we may, timing-wise, by the year 2012, which is the next 12 years, if you haven't got it turned around, we don't have a planet left. We're going to be just like Mars. You're going to see a lot more pictures of ETs and a lot more spacecraft and everything, because there is a government plan to unite the entire planet against the common enemy, and that's the ETs. The guys that could help us, they want them to fight away because evil can only control this dimension, the 3rd dimension. Think about it. And they only want to control a smaller amount because they can't take care of it. The more education we get, the internet's a real bane to them, because a lot of knowledge is going out there to a lot of people.